shine down. Only shine is the truth to the few in power. That's why I roll with God. Middle finger, y'all. Making trust in your clicks with your demigod. Worship to the money, your material. You'll get ripped in half, Sodom cash to Gomorrah. And if a wolf ever should come across on your path, aiming straight for your goods, make a trade to his cash, bait with the woods, replace for your trash. Nah, you can have it, sucker. Here, God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing Giannis S on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking and set. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in harness. Ready to rip. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing Giannis S on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking and set. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in harness. Ready to rip. Hey. Let's rip. Ready, rip. Praying to God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing Giannis S on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking and set. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Hey. I jump on that track. Ready to roll. Ready to rip. Ready to reach. Place my bets. Hey, you never know when playing on hopes what you could achieve. Making the goal. Peace with the soul. Don't matter the bottom with what you believe. Cause if I'm taking it all in the calling, it's harder with nothing that's harder than free. Not giving up though. Don't trip. Gotta go. Take a slip. Make a pass in the low. Put it down on the gas for a show. Slide a pass in the grass for the OFO. Got first, never last for the oh no. To the pass, to the glass, to the FOO. Cause I'm gonna pass all you cowards with ease. And when them speeding demons come, we don't feast with the beast and the evil hunting lust. Burn your cheeks when I speak with my real passion, love. Turning all your tricks against you cause you're one and only master. Here, God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing Giannis S on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking and set. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Hey. And I don't care if you don't know my name now. Cause you'll hear when my old lady goes to scream out. Sunset, sunrise, 45 to shine down. Only shine is the truth to the few in power. That's why I roll with God. Middle finger, y'all. Making trust in your clicks with your demigod. Worship to the money, your material. You'll get ripped in half, Sodom cash to Gomorrah. And if a wolf ever should come across on your path, aiming straight for your goods, make a trade to his cash, bait with the woods, replace for your trash. Nah, you can have it, sucker. Here, God, ready to rip. On my high, ready to rip. With that armor, ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ready to rip. Hey, ready to rip. Ooh, yeah. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing Giannis S on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking and set. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Trying my hardest to stay with the best. Flexing Giannis S on my chest. Facing problems down the depths. Ready to rip. Coming correct. The fish in the water. Hit my marks. Hooking and set. Ain't being honest. Wearing my Honda. Strapped in his harness. Ready to rip. Hey. Let's rip. Auto princess, yeah. Oh man, with that body riding. Hey, model princess, yeah. We don't play around, yeah, that ain't no doubt. We just send it in the corner, life, live it out. No, them fender girls don't understand it all, yeah. Ain't no hesitate, we just make it pay. Paint them cushions in those corners, no it isn't safe. But for my sake, will you save it all? Cause you'll do the same to my heart, yeah. Late model princess got me going crazy. Yeah, she got them wings and never wing it down. Late model princess. float the middle size, I'ma take your time and blow it. I'm a little bit of ghetto with that, send it then you'll know it. And I gotta get it going now, gotta catch me that my mode is always slide or die. It's all the seize the moment's time, but while the clock keeps ticking by, you keep on talking on my mind. I'm contemplating situations where you could be all of mine, cause you're that late model princess, got me going crazy. Yeah, she got them wings and never wing it down. Late model princess, yeah, she makes me listen when they're dirty. Yeah, then got you hopping by. Late model princess, yeah. Oh man, with that body riding. Late model princess, yeah. My late model, will you come and see me? Oh, one more time. Late model princess got me going crazy. Yeah, she got them wings and never wing it down. Late model princess, yeah, she makes me listen when they're dirty. Yeah, they got it hot and bad. Late model princess, yeah. Oh man, with that body riding. Late model princess, yeah. Oh yeah. If I don't like 'em, I slide 'em like Carson Macedo, and they can growl about it, lonely like old bro Joe. Cartel gonna care for me, not you, cause I'm the CEO. I'm here to fight, looking to sink with my torpedo. I'm just a lap car trying to survive, running in the back, fearing my life.
That's their favorite song
Cause
right
there's
there.
a black and 41 guy
right
adding
there,
to the
ladies and
junk
gentlemen.
in the field with some white on white crimes. Or is it 99 maybe? I don't give a damn, but the fake statements lately adding up through the junk that the crazy man's making, wrecking her, wrecking him,
Carson,
non-binary.
that is a
If I don't like 'em, I slide 'em like
very
Carson
intimate song there.
Macedo, and they can growl about
Is
it.
this music? Is it waiting music for dirt card lovers?
Cartel gonna care for me, not
Oh
you,
my,
'cause I'm
oh
the
my, Brad Bowd in the
CEO.
chat.
I'm here to fight,
We're doing it as
looking to
natural
sink
as
with
we
my
can here
torpedo.
tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Delara, yes, Delara. Oh, we're about to give you people some Delara education today. Oh my, oh yes, Delara and safety. I hope some of y'all have looked into the history of Delara and safety. So we're gonna be talking about Delara and safety today. Anyway, let's get into the chat here. What is the chat saying? Delara safety. Oh, of course. I don't know if y'all know how the rise of Delara came. Obviously, it was through building race cars, but their safety innovations is what changed the game. Oh, their safety innovations are very interesting when you go look into the business side of the safety innovations. Every safety innovation technically has like a backdoor idea, I feel like. When you go look into the safer barriers, I believe they were like $800 a foot. Did you hear what I just said? $800 a foot. Do you know how many, for instance, dollars that is to put a safety barrier around a 2.5-mile racetrack? What's very interesting is when you go look into the subsidies that were received through government funding to improve these safety enhancements to these facilities that were very important to the influx of the society and the social dynamic of Talladega or Daytona Beach. Look how much money we bring in. You should pay for this. We need it. It's to keep our drivers safe. Man, if we want to go into safety and see the manipulation of safety in any sport, it is insane. And then to see how you don't even, or how you, the taxpayer, for instance, in Florida, paid for it in a way. I'm not saying all the way. I don't want to say that factually, but It's very interesting to see how the big boys operate, and I always study how the big boys operate. I don't study how the small boys operate, because the small boys are trying to be the big boys, right? Nobody out here driving around in their, Toyota Corolla is not trying to find a way to drive around in the Lambo. So they try to emulate what the successors do. It's an influence in your daily decision making in life on how to get to where they are. And this is why, we just got off of the chat with Jeremy Elliott's show, and oh man, some very educated people in the chat, very powerful people in the industry. But I think sometimes some of these powerful people in the industry who are in very, elated or elevated positions also don't look into how any of it works. Like, they're too busy working, right? They don't have time to think, just like the American populace. And you could have a really dumbass with a lot of money and power. I mean, based on some of my conversations with some of these other media entities, they would say, like a guy like Trump, for instance, would be one of the, oh, he's just so stupid and dumb, and look at him, he's just, but once again, yes, we see it every day. Exactly, we see it every day. Dumb people in very powerful positions, but some people are just too busy working to know anything. So when I say things like, safety came up tonight, and I was like, oh, well, the future of the sport probably is like, World of Outlaws eventually get bought out by Flow, because we can all see that coming. Can we not? Can we not see that coming? Like, I'm hearing, that, a lot of people are thinking Sheldon's going to go to High Limit. I'm hearing that's not going to happen. But here in like a few years, it's going to be almost impossible to survive as the World Racing Group. Very sad, very, very sad they didn't allow the 12 races all them years ago. But back to the safety point. I was saying in the chat, like, if the World of Outlaws get bought out by Flow eventually, right? And then they merge the series into High Limit, or we'll just call it the World Sprint Car League or something. They just come up with a new name in this new merger, right? Because we all know that the NFC and the AFC, I know Jeremy's a big football fan, for instance. Those who have studied the history of football, for instance, the NFC and the AFC were separate entities. There was a time period in the world of football, for instance, that there was no such thing as the NFL at all in the world. No such thing as the NFL. There was an NFC, a National Football League or Conference organization, and there was an American Football League, AFC, AFL. And somebody with a bunch of money came along one day and put them together and called it the National Football League. They didn't call it the American Football League or the National Football Conference thing. They called it the National Football League, and it was the American versus the National. Funny how that does relate to politics in today's world. It's an American, a true American versus a true nationalist. That's kind of the divide, actually. I never thought about it that way. What a great Freemasonal symbolism that the NFL is technically doing to our society, or joking at it. It's called being a mocking position. So I was saying in the chat how when that happens, they're going to come out with this new car when they do this. And it's going to be all about safety. And yeah, all the traditional places aren't going to be able to afford it, and the regular racer can't afford it. And you'll have this traditional sprint car, racing. But then you'll have the big leagues. This is what I'm saying. Then you'll have the big leagues. And in the big leagues, they got this new sprint car. And this new sprint car, this next-gen sprint car, is safer, puts on just as good of racing, but unfortunately, only the 15 World Outlaw teams and the 15 high-limit teams that exist at this point, when they merge, are going to be the only two teams or sides to afford this safety innovative race car. And so you're going to have a series out there that is 30 cars, basically. You're going to have a 30-car series, which is what everyone wants, right? We hate the 17 cars here, the 12 cars there. Not anymore. We got the new next-gen sprint car. It's going to get everybody to come out. Everybody's going to want to watch now because this new car, everybody gets to see it in person. They've never seen it before. And you have 30 professional teams of the best and some young guns and all the stuff we see now today. And this is the new future, and it's all going to be in safety. Safety is why we had to do this. We love you. We love you. $800 per foot. We love you that much. We love you that much. And see, this is why I laugh, because when I was saying this in the comment section on Jeremy's show, they were sitting there like, "You're so stupid, Chaz." DB3 was one of them. DB3, which I thought he was smart, but he's lost his edge, I guess, with his nice motor home. But how can you not see this is where it will go? I'm not saying a year or two, but in 5 to 10, safety is always what pushes innovation. And yeah, there's a lot of profiteering in your $800 or whatever it is. I got to go. I could look it up right now. Should we? I don't care. It's not really the point, but I think it's $800 or $500 or whatever per foot. And yeah, the new NASCAR car, and this is why I would say, what I'm describing here is a natural progression of any sport that becomes big in motorsports. They all go down this pool of safety innovation. The safety innovations cost a lot, and that's what gets rid of the small money. That's what protects the true investor. We hear that he's invested so much in the sport, so we let him get away with all this shit. That's what protects the big money. Likes this. The people who are putting big money into the sport, they like scenarios like this because they're going to have a bigger piece of the pie because now they can weed all these little people out when you have these things happening. And in the chat, didn't NASCAR already do this? Where are they now? Well, NASCAR, for one, has a horrible on-track product. I don't think you can destroy the on-track sprint car product. Supercross is even worse. We're going to get into Supercross a little bit today, but Supercross is even worse. They're in an insurance game. Oh, my God. Go look into the insurance industry's influence on Supercross racing and motocross. It's crazy. This is done in safety. That is done in a whole nother dimension. But at the same time, yes, this is how NASCAR did it. Yes, what I'm explaining to you, this crazy theory, you're crazy, Chaz, is exactly the playbook that NASCAR did. It's also the same playbook that IndyCar did. It's also the same playbook that any of these sports did before they went mainstream, before the system grabbed them and put them on a platform. Now, you may ask yourself, why would they want to destroy the fabrics of a sport before bringing it onto a national stage? It's simple. Ryan Timms is why. Ryan Timms is why you have to do this before you go big time. Now, some people may be confused as to what I mean by that. What I mean by that is Ryan Timms came in to the Knoxville Nationals. You have to understand this. Ryan Timms came into the biggest race of the year as a little team out of left field and whooped everyone's fucking ass. Now, that may sound like a really good story, but I'll tell you what, buddy. when you're on the level of NASCAR and you got an estimated $2 to $3 billion being wagered on your events every fucking weekend, you can't afford to have Ryan Timms show up and fuck the fix up. I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it. I'm sorry. Y'all can call me tinfoiled and all this other shit. You can't have the little bitty teams come in and fuck your game up. John Wick has bills to pay. And if you don't pay John Wick, you don't wake up tomorrow. I'm just saying. So the sports, before they get elevated, before they go to the next levels of this world, have to be controlled, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. You got to be controlled in some capacity. We had Jeremy, I don't know if y'all know who Jeremy Mayfield is, maybe. We had him on the show, and he described how he would get punished on pit lane if he talked about NASCAR bad or this, that, or the other in the media the week before. We had Jeremy Mayfield on the show. I know it's a really good show. You should go look it up. And he was talking about how if you spoke up in media and talk shit on NASCAR, the next week you'd be going down pit road and you'd leave, you'd do everything right, and then all of a sudden, as you got out of pit road, they would say you were speeding on pit road. And he was saying, I did not speed on pit road, but he was saying basically everybody kind of knew that. That was NASCAR, the race directors, punishing you for talking shit about them to the media the week before. You didn't speed on pit road, but we said you did. And then I said to him, how would that work if some money needed to be moved and there was a high wager on you finishing a certain way, or you not finishing, or another driver, there's a lot of money on him to win or not win, and he gets this ghost call. And when we proposed this, when it came to gambling in that industry, the live stream cut. Go watch this. It's actually a 2-part interview. The live stream cut when we brought this up with Jeremy Mayfield. So some people are looking at it from the forefront. Oh, he got screwed. Yeah, they're mad at him in media. I'm sitting back here like, hold on. There's millions, if not billions of dollars on the line. Way more money, way more investment, way more than the winner's check, the owner's check, the sponsor check. All this shit's on the line. And they are able to just randomly make calls. Now, the thing is, when you get into safety and innovation and you get to this point before they platform you and make you mainstream, like that, for instance, they were in that period where they were really getting in it. They were really in it. You only had Penske. You only had Hendrick. You only had Joe Gibbs. You only had Richard Childress. You only had about 4 or 5 teams, really, that could afford to win the race. Let me say that again. That could afford to win the race. That's the biggest problem with NASCAR. You only have so many people who could afford to win. So the way you get to that point of what we're describing is you start instituting safety mandates. You start instituting new cars. You start instituting, if you go look at NASCAR in the 80s or early 90s versus NASCAR in the late 90s, early 2000s, it's completely different, based mainly in the ownership groups. And it's only different in the ownership groups because the little small teams couldn't afford to get on the fucking track to compete. So they subjugated their ownership groups because it eliminates the Ryan Timms. They cannot, when you get to mainstream industries and you're involved with horses on the racetrack, You cannot afford for things to not go as planned. Or maybe we'll say there's a little hint of, you know, ethics and morals. You at least have to narrow it down to a certain basket of drivers in that industry. What about Furniture Row? Argument disproven. Yeah, exactly. What happened to Furniture Row when they fucked it all up? What happened to Furniture Row? That Jumpstart Hampton? Are they around anymore? Or did certain big teams refuse to make parts for them? Or jack the prices up to where they couldn't afford to get onto the what that we're talking about? Racetrack. What happened to Furniture Row? Go look into that. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting how one of the big players didn't like that one of the little satellite teams was playing in their basket. Because that's what a lot of these teams are, especially in that era. I believe it was Joe Gibbs. Wasn't it Joe Gibbs? I think they were Toyotas when they did that. I'm not sure for 100%. But it was Joe Gibbs or one of the big daddies of the ownership groups that refused, or they would make parts for them, but they were going to jack the prices up by like 300%. And Furniture Row was like, this is bullshit, but that's how you control your competition. We're talking about basically what we're talking about. Ryan Timms is all that, and jacking up prices, new sprint cars that little teams can't afford. We're talking about controlling the competition. It's not about success. It's not about, making money. It's about control. Money is about control, period. There you go. MO there. MNO, which great to hear you're doing well still down there in Florida, sir. But this is what we're talking about. Yes, Gibbs, who was making the parts that made that car win that championship, I believe it was either jack the prices up by 300% or refused to sell them the parts. It's funny you say that, Zach. I'm not gonna say your last name back to back. I'm gonna say Zach Jump Start Hampton. I think that's the better way. You should rename your fake account there, sir. Zach Jumpstart Hampton. I think that's a damn good name, actually. Hence the term scam car. That's funny. Aren't you the one that wants a new sprint car? Won't that raise costs? That's exactly what we're describing. That's exactly what we're describing. So even though we want new safety, we want a better car, this is also leading towards, I want to basically call it for what it is, the oligarch. We're creating the oligarchy of the sprint car world when we start caring about safety and concerns. Now, we could do some, easy little things like, just mandate a little space in the cockpit 4 inches wider, 4 inches longer so the drivers can go somewhere. We could just do simple things and mandate the bar that Australia mandates under the car and the clearance of the helmet, all these regular things. We could just do that, but it's not about what's right. It's about control. See, the funny thing is when the Australian was here, he was bitching about their government and how much control they have over them over there. I was basically saying it's very funny. America basically has that same control of their American citizens. They just say they don't. It's like America's really good at saying you're free but treating you like you're not. It actually is very, very clever how the free market works. It's definitely not that. But regardless, it's the illusion of free, the illusion of choice. Who profits? Whoever's in the group. Whoever is in the oligarch. Or the oligarchy. We need to look up what oligarch is for some of you people. I have a feeling y'all don't know what an oligarch is. Let's show y'all. Here's what an oligarch is, since y'all seem to be obviously dirt track educated. So this is what an oligarchy is. An oligarchy is a small form of government in which power rests with a small number of people. Okay? So when you say who benefits, the little cliques. So this is what I'm saying. And this is back to, all these, political terms they throw around in defining governments and freedoms and all this. It's like, it's such a full, we technically in America live in an oligarchy, but they mask it with like freedoms and all and choices and blah, blah, blah. Where really, if you get down to the brass tacks, it's just as controlled as any kind of, controlled environment or society. So basically, in these ways, and this is why Michael Jordan and them are suing NASCAR currently, in these ways that the motorsports world operates and gains power and control, they do it in an oligarch style. They click up with their buddies who have a bunch of money. All the oligarchy-based people have a bunch of money and power. And then, once again, they control things. And it's all about control. Control of who's up front, control of who has the good cars, control of potentially finishing positions, control of calls on the racetrack, control of when a guy spins off into the infield, we call the caution or we don't, control over your speeding on pit road, control over your tires are doped, control over your traction control on if it's there or not, control on how much you weigh at the scales, or maybe we don't even check the scales. This is how oligarchs work and operate. It's little cliques and buddy systems that control. Once again, it's not about the money, it's about control, about telling other people what to do. That's what money purchases anyway, correct? Correct. That's what the modern marriage is. You purchase a wife. You have the house and the car, and that's why she does what you tell her. Or that's not how I see it, but that's how some of y'all want it to be. I'm just simply saying the person, you go to the restaurant and he serves you chips and salsa and a drink, and he does all this. Why? For free? No, because of money. Money is about control. So it's about the feeling. It's about the ego. Once again, one of the most egotistical sports is racing, because we are removing the human capability. We are replacing it with the mechanical one. It's the very interesting thing is that racing is not football. It is not basketball. It is not mono a mono. It is mono and machine versus mono and machine. If machines can be bought, race cars, then you can dictate what you look like, the image. What is true, what is not, doesn't matter. It's about the ego. It's about the image. It's about what you look like. Or for the people who are in control, it's about that control of the scenario. This is how history's worked. Y'all want to make fun of my 30 teams and the little teams are all gone. These people don't care. Want to make fun of this and that. This is just history and how it operates. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's cool or noble. I'm just looking at how they do shit and saying, hey, this is how they do it. I could say all day, this is how we ride, this is how we do, but this is how they ride, and this is how they do. You know what the fuck I'm saying? This is all I'm just saying. This is how they, maybe I need to remix the song to this is how they ride, this is how they do, because this is how they operate. They operate like an oligarchy in motorsports in particular, because it's not regulated. It's not like the stick and ball sports. It don't have proper organization. It has monarchies. It has, oh God, do we need to look up monarchy? It has oligarchies. I don't want to have to go into a definitional spring here, because I feel like I have to if I keep throwing these words out. But oligarchy is basically the base level of what we're dealing with. And it's all about in which power rests with a small number of people. Now you'll have oligarchies battle with other oligarchies, like I think we're getting with the World Racing Group right now. But unfortunately, safety is how these oligarchs it's almost like the Charlie Kirk deal, where the power structure sees something wrong and they hijack it to push their narrative, to take more control. Like right now, how the government's using the Charlie Kirk scenario to push anti-hate speech and restrict your freedom of speech right now. They're trying to do that. They're trying to hijack a tragedy to gain more power and control. That's what they're doing, right? They're going after the First Amendment, freedom of speech. They're going after it. This was the anti-hate speech. Elon Musk is buying the X platform so you could say whatever you want. No. Now we switched it up. No. We found our little way in here to be able to latch you up and shut your fucking mouth and get some what? Control. It's all about control. That's all it's about. Once you start understanding it's not about the money, that it's really about the control, this is why I call money a whip. It is about conformity. And everybody wants to be the one holding the whip. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. What do you got to say, chat? Let's see what the chat says. We just went on our little rant here. Hammer Down believes in this 999666. Okay. Chaz, who are the oligarchs of the sprint car world? Thank you for your super chat, Hammer Down. We would appreciate if other people would send super chats. Jeremy Elliott selects his chats. We put all of them up there. No, I'm just fucking with you. We're all good. I think we're all good. Let's see. Mr. H. Cracker. Mr. H. the Cracker. We are cracking a beer now. I was trying to hold off. I feel like I'm becoming a drunk, but I'm just really assimilating to the state of Iowa. This is all they fucking do around here is drink beer every day. So I'm just trying to become a part of my environment. I'm not doing any hardcore drugs. I'm putting orange juice in here to keep the calcium up, the vitamin D. I'm trying to keep it a little healthy. I'm drinking my newest favorite beer, by the way, which is Corona Premier. 90 calories, has a very good flavor. It has a good flavor, and it's light. So we're mixing that with orange juice. We're trying to stay healthy as we deal with this Iowa simulation. That's nice. Who are the oligarchs of the sprint car world? So who would be a part of the oligarchy? I would put most of your officials. No. Most of your owners of the series and your owners of the teams, and then also I would institute the owners / promoters of the tracks. So this is the deal. Whether you got a new sprint car due to safety concerns or not, or whatever you're trying to pull off, once again, how did NASCAR do what they did? SMI, Bruton Smith went around, bought the tracks that they didn't have, bought the tracks they wanted, SMI, and then ISM, I believe it was. Sorry, the damn orange juice is kicking in. ISM, which originally was, I believe, International Speedway Motorsports or something like that. They were a part of a bunch of the other tracks like Michigan, California. Penske bought those, but then it kind of merged and they kind of lost the race. There was only two basically track ownership groups when NASCAR took off, and this is kind of like the last piece in dirt track racing is finding enough tracks that are in a oligarch or a buddy system or something like that to be able to host the races, because we already have ownership groups. We already have KKRs, TSR, Todd Querings. We already have these few and far between owners. Well, these people got all the money if they needed to. They could fund the teams that were needed to be a part of the game. That's the point here. They got to be on the game plan. But we don't technically have enough tracks. And then we also have a schedule system that is stupid. So the drivers would love to race less. So it's not very hard to get to the point we're discussing here. You do have to convince certain amounts of people to jump on board with this because, once again, SMI, they went around and bought all the tracks. Any track that didn't want to sell to them, they just pulled the date because the tracks could not survive without that date. The little teams that were racing with NASCAR back in the day, when Bruton Smith and all these people went around to buy their facilities, when they didn't want to sell, they pulled their fucking dates. And why do you think this is why people can call me stupid all you want? Why do you think that the events are the profitable show? Why do you think that for some reason over the last 10 years that the local racing isn't really the priority? The local racing isn't where the respect is deserved. No, it's that big outlaw show. It's that big high limit race. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy. We already see how that Oligarch's setting you up. That Oligarch is setting your fucking ass up because sooner or later they're going to say jump on board or jump the fuck off. And if you don't jump on board, guess what's going to happen? They're going to pull your dates and your track ain't going to make no money anymore because it can't survive without these special events. A place with a heavy weekly racing scene right now is in a very good spot. How many of those spots actually exist? Making real money? Man, I'd love to hear a name. I'd love to hear a place right now in the United States of America, that does not need a big touring national event to make good money racing in operation. I'd like to hear that right now. I think weekly racing is destroyed. I'd like to hear that. I mean, any one of these good facilities, Knoxville's an amazing facility, but if you pull the Knoxville Nationals or I'm just saying, you pull their big events, what's going to happen to them? And Knoxville's kind of like a bad example because they got that event. They could pull it off however they want. But I'm simply saying there's a reason that the scene, the system, is slowly leaning on event supremacy. It's all about that dependency, brother. And one day a man's going to walk in and say, you either get on, one of these oligarch fucks going to walk in there one day and say, you either jump on the show or we're leaving. You either do what we tell you or we're done. Sorry. This is what we're doing. This is the future. Sign the dotted line, 10-year contract. You're going to have these races on these dates no matter what. Sign that life away, boy. And honestly, I think this is due to complacency from most your promoters. I had a very big, interesting discussion with somebody today in the media industry. Actually, he's above the dirt track media industry. He's moved on from us, technically, because he's so powerful. And he said, Chaz, these fucking track promoters and these people can blame social media, this, that, and the other, but these are just lazy people who are used to collecting a check in the 80s and 90s. Money was just flowing in. They were just managers. They didn't have to promote. And it's true. This is a lack of true, I'm going to say balls. Because I think that this oligarch trickles down. It's a trickle-down effect, Cole. And most people just don't want to rattle cages anymore. So when they speak up or may offend some people in trying to promote, the buddy system says, be quiet. you're offending this guy on the other side of town who's connected with XY or XYZ. Most of the time, it's just y'all being lazy. But when you try to not be lazy, you face adversity. You do. I probably think that that's maybe 5 promoters in the country who face adversity. Maybe. But who are the oligarchs of the sprint car world? When this plan institutes, like every other fucking motorsports plan has instituted, the oligarchs are as follows in racing. The owners and maybe their butt buddies that they go in the back room with and share wives with. The butt buddies and ownership groups of the series. The back room and sharing of wives can apply to anyone I'm about to say. The butt buddies and ownership groups of the series. The car owners and the tracks. That's all you need. Somewhat streaming now, but if you can get with the owners of the series and you can get with the owners of the tracks, you can get with the car owners. That's when you flip the script on streaming dependency, because now the streamers are depending on you. And see, this is when the oligarchs battle, because there is a broadcasting split off here. Even though there's some mingling, there is some mingling, hardcore mingling. If you can pull those fucking 3 things off in your oligarch, you have some power. Now, the streaming services can be Israel and kind of tell you what to do, like they do the United States. But the United States still has the big guns. The big guns in this big-time business that I'm describing to you fucks who don't look it up and call me a fucking idiot because you ain't looked into anything, apparently. The DB3s, for instance. He's lost his touch. He used to know where he was. He used to know this stuff. I don't know why he forgot it. Must be too busy repairing the motorhome. But regardless, if you can obtain those big 3, you can run the world, the industry. You have the arsenal. Series, tracks, owners. And really, when that oligarch is obtained and all these groups are in on this, back to the definition, we'll put it back on the screen. When that small number of people come together, you have yourself an oligarch. You no longer have a series. You no longer have track owners and promoters. You no longer have car owners. This is what you need to formulate the oligarch. But once the oligarch is formulated, that is the power structure. That is where the power is rested. And if all of them are on the same page, that is who has the control. Once again, it's all about control. All of it. But anyway, I'm glad you actually asked that question, because I feel like that needs to be explained. I'm so upset about this camera flipping back and forth. Hold on, let me see if I can fix this real quick. Hold on, there we go. Let me do some little quick live editing. Hold on, there we go. But hold on, is that about right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Now we're where we're at. I know y'all don't know how this is all built. Y'all see it on the screen, but this is like 10 fucking layers going on right now, and things happening everywhere. But I appreciate your question. Is there any more live chat? Oh, no. Oligarchs, new word of the day for the chat. Do we need to have new, like, chat words every day? Like, I will love to educate the racing world. It would be awesome. Todd's an oligarch. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's unfortunately the people who get money and own some things, and once you get a certain amount of money, it's no longer about making money. It's about control. And if you can, if there's another person in the society you're operating in that can offer you more control and more power, you take it. You take it. Is Silva not? Once again, but buddy, my opinion. I'm being a little mean. I'm fucking with you, but oh no, no, no. Oligarch. Okay, we are gonna come back. I need some chats on the screen. I have to use the restroom. I do. Yeah, Abreu Farms is definitely, they're an Illuminati. They're Illuminati. We're going to use the restroom. We're going to come right back. This is how the Chaz goes. I know, but hopefully you enjoy the Oligarch conversation. You'll stay around. We're going to get into the topics, and then we're going to open up the phone lines. I am waiting for y'all tonight. It's fucking on. I'll tell you what, it's fucking on after that Jeremy show. Hold on. How about this? Instead of me walking away, let's give y'all some music as we're like going to the restroom. Would that not be cool? Hold on. The best song ever. Right here. Late Model Princess. Oh no, there it is. Late Model Princess, where you at? Hold on. No, wait. Carson Macedo. There we go. There we go. So we'll be right back.
Like Carson Macedo, and they can growl about it. Lonely like old bro Joe. Cartel gonna care for me, not you, cause I'm the CEO. I'm here to fight, looking to sink with my torpedo. I'm just a lap car trying to survive. Running in the back, fearing my life. Cause there's a black and 2041 guy adding to the junk in the field with some white on white crimes. Or is it 99 maybe? I don't give a damn, but the bank statements lately adding up through the junk that the crazy man's making. Reckon her, reckon him, non-binary maybe, who knows? If I don't like him, I slide him like Carson Macedo, and they can growl about it. Lonely like old bro Joe. Cartel gonna care for me, not you, cause I'm the CEO. I'm here to fight, looking to sink with my
There we go.
torpedo.
A music segment. A little music. Every time we gotta go to the restroom, we'll just play a different song. How about that? Chaz is 80% right about shit. Hey, thank you. Free piss breaks this stream at least. Okay, is the over under 3? Hold on. Can we make bets? Do y'all want to make bets? Y'all want to make bets on how many times I pee? Hold on. This could be good. I'm actually entertained by this idea. Is this number one? It is number one on the stream. I did go right before the stream started, but I was very insecure about being able to hold it. So we did technically. Oh my god. Oh my god. We just breaking news. I know this is not a lot for broke Joes, but we just absolutely destroyed DraftKings. This is why Iowans get drunk. They get drunk and they bet. So yesterday they had a king of the end zone bet on DraftKings. And it was basically you make a bet on any time touchdown score in the Lions versus Ravens game. And the player that would make the longest touchdown score as far as yardage, if you pick the guy who did it, you won like a share of like, I don't know, $2 million in bets. So when I loaded up the anytime deal, something was just telling me David Montgomery. And I picked him. And luckily, I know gambling is a psyop. I'm just trying to work the system. This is why Jamantra dominates that. Really, if you can break down the gambling industry, you could become rich forever. But I picked David Montgomery, and he ended up winning it. So you received a share of free bets, and I picked David Montgomery, but because that was just the hunch I had. And we won $400 in free bets on DraftKings. So I'm like, I'm just trying to get some money back here. I ain't really cared or trying to make some money off the deal. I'm like, all right, we'll bet on some of this baseball today. I don't watch fucking baseball, but we'll just pick some very, average odded, pre same game parlays. One was plus 675, one was plus 625, one was plus 508. And we won 2 of them, guys. We just paid rent for the week. We are up to, what is that? Let's see. This one, this one that I won, you had to do it in $50 bets. This one paid $263. This one paid $254. So yeah, we just made like $500. We can live to see another day. I mean, this is awesome. We still have plenty of free bets. So I just loaded up my DraftKings randomly, and I'm glad to tell my people watching, we do not need any more super chats tonight. We are happy. We are taking all of our money to the strip club or the first woman to take us on a date. And we are spending it all on experience, and we'll film it all. We'll film it all along the way. So yeah, we're taking DraftKings down, guys. We are dominating the industry here today. Is Broke Joe still kicking? I don't know. I'm tuning in tonight to get an Operation Ostrich update or an update on Operation Ostrich. Yes, that is perfect example of everything is fake. I agree. Hold on. We'll see. Can we bring up an Ostrich update? Let's see if we can do this. I have been looking into it. We'll bring it all up onto the screen. Of course, this is the Canadian government overstepping their boundaries and literally killing 400 ostriches just because they said so. My brain just shut down. Oh, no. What's going on? This is an update here. So there is a Facebook group on Facebook called Universal Ostrich Farms, and they have been posting updates. Is there a fundraiser for the people camping out? I'm sure they need supplies. There's people on the grounds of this thing. It has taken over Canada. They're trying. The government apparently arrested the owners of the farm today. They then kept them in captivity as they set up ways to kill, basically snipe all the ostriches. The owners were released, but they did set up ways to, so they're calling it totalitarianism. Hold on, that's a tongue twister. It is totalitarianism. I think she spelled that wrong. Totalitarianism is how you're supposed to say it. Totalitarianism. Oh, that is how you spell it, actually. Hold on, let's see what she's saying here. What is she saying?
While they prepare. We said we were not there to obstruct. We were not there to do anything. We just wanted to feed our animals so that they got fed properly while there was going to be all these strangers and loud.
Yeah, because they were not feeding the animals. When they took the owners, they fed some of the animals, but not all of them. So they were trying to do it themselves. So this was live 45 minutes ago on this farm.
Noises and all the fear that they're going to go through. And we sat in the pens waiting for that confirmation. We were not looking to get arrested. We were hoping that they would just come to common sense that this is one of the hardest things that this family is going through. But they don't have a heart. Let's remember that. There's no empathy on the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. I really have to get into that. There's cold, malice, and heartless. And we've known that for a long time. I've been trying to be really kind of the importance of their organization and really back that up within Canadians, how important the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is to have. But the people that are working there, they need a complete reform. So we were waiting to see if they came to common sense and let us feed our animals. And then we got a okay. we could go and feed our animals. And it was just this breath of like a weight off our chest, that at least in all of this turmoil and chaos and anxiety and sadness and fear and tyranny and overreach, you name it, that we're going through, psychological warfare, and that at least we could go feed our animals. So we went to go feed our animals, loaded up the truck, and my mom and I were crying, we're happy. And we get to the first pen, and they got us away from everybody that could film. They didn't want anybody to see what was happening. And there was a bunch of police cruisers and their paddy wagon that surrounded our farm truck and told us that we were under arrest and that we were being taken away and we were not allowed to feed our animals. So psychological warfare, torment, torture, complete disrespect of any humane actions for these animals that are going to be tortured and go through one of the worst heinous crimes in Canadian history. And they came and arrested my mom and I. So we get taken away. First of all, though, we have them in their hazmat suits.
Set them up.
This is kind of funny, I guess, because the whole time that we've been here in the past few days that the police have been here, they're all breaking quarantine law. Nobody's wearing PPE. No, everyone's at the fence. They're breaching quarantine laws. They're touching the fence. They're on the grass. They're driving around the quarantine zone. They're in the hot zone. Then they're leaving, and then they're all going to the hotels in Vernon, and they're eating, and they're driving around on our highways. And so they can all break the law. And we have supposedly such a crazy virulent threat of H5N1, even influenza on our farm, but they're breaking every law possible and to do with that. So here they are, they're arresting us, and they're in their hazmat suits. And my poor mom, you know, seeing her in cuffs today, handcuffs, and she's the hardest working woman you've ever met. She has a heart of gold, and she would feed anybody and take in any animal. She wakes up for these animals, she goes to bed for these animals, and everything for our family has been these animals. But watching her in handcuffs was probably one of the hardest things in my life. I begged them to take the handcuffs off her because she's not violent. I said, we're going. And we went to go get into the police car, the paddy wagon. And my mom bumped her head really bad getting in, crying. And we just held each other. And they took us away to a YRB lot where it's a YRB lot, a yard where they house all the trucks that work on the highways in Edgewood, British Columbia. That is their staging zone here. And we got there, and they have all of their command centers set up. They have a helicopter landing little thing to set down on the ground. They have their semi, and they have their fence panels that have been dropped off by Super Save gas, or oh gosh, I'll think about it. I think it's Super Save. My mind is a little gone right now. And they set 2 plastic chairs out for us, separated. And so we had to sit apart. Read us our, went through all their stuff, took our photos. We just, sat there. We watched one of the gentlemen. This is very important. So he's still wearing his hazmat suit.
I'm listening to this. You should as well.
He was in the quarantine area that is supposedly supposed to be so highly infected that he's now walking around their staging area. So he's driven out of the quarantine area, went in their staging area. Then we mentioned, we're like, oh my God, he's still wearing his hazmat suit. And then he proceeds to take it off pretty quick. But his pole with his camera that he's holding gets passed off to another police officer. And then that other police officer is now, if you're following my lead or on this, then now that police officer would have been infected, right? If we're really dealing with a virus, which we're not. So then he hands that off to him. Then he goes and takes his pole back and proceeds then to give us their personal cell phone to call our lawyer. Well, my mom and I have not been decontaminated out of the most virus impacted zone. So we still have ostrich poop on our feet. Our hands were just touching the buckets and the birds all day. And they're handing us their own personal cell phone to phone our lawyer. I hope you're picking up what I'm laying down here. This has nothing to do with a virus. And they know these animals aren't infected. They know that there's no threat here. And there would never have been a threat here because these animals have a firewall. They have antibodies. And that is what they want gone. So we sat there for
right. So
hours,
it's very important to know what she just said there. The antibodies. So technically when you deal with and I've thought about this with Australia, the free healthcare society, the free pharmaceutical industry, all this stuff. When you're dealing with the free pharmaceutical or healthcare industry, this is the problem. What runs the healthcare that is free and what is receiving all the tax dollars to supply I know Jeremy Elliott's yelling at me right now as I explain this, but here's the facts. When you have a problem like healthcare, like defense, and you convince your society to fund a fix for the problem, there are people in the world that are going to make an immense amount of money on supplying the items you need to fix the problem. So in America, we have that issue with the defense contractors. We pour billions and billions of dollars into defense. But there's companies that are the contracted defense manufacturers that are receiving the money for that defense. And they are very powerful and rich and controlling of weaponry. Same thing applies when you think of healthcare. I really started thinking about this when I was in Australia because I was like, holy shit, man, they got free healthcare. Their foot hurts, their arm hurts, whatever. I literally witnessed a person feel like a pain in their elbow. Like they don't even, us in America, we feel a pain in our elbow. We just keep walking and talking. In Australia, they feel a pain in their elbow. They go to the doctor or a chemist, as it's explained or labeled. It's a chemist. And they walk in, when you are in the free healthcare environment, you walk into a Walmart or you walk into a Hy-Vee in Iowa or you walk into a mall and there's a chemist. It's just right there. It's like the fucking eye doctor. It's not even like the eye doctor. It's just like readily available. So this person who had this issue, they walk into a store and they walk up to a counter and they say, "Oh, I have a problem with my elbow. Can you help me?" And I watched the girl. It was a girl that, very attractive female that I did not have any, let me do my Clinton speech. I did not have any sexual relations with this woman. She walked up and told the damn person working the counter, "I have a problem with my elbow." And the person says, "Okay, can I see your Australian ID?" She gives him the Australian ID. She scans the ID. The person then says, "How are you feeling?" Basically, like how we have like a pediatrician in America. The person working the register here is basically a pediatrician. And they diagnose the issue with the elbow, for instance. Or in this instance. And they say, "Okay, They look up stuff. They look on the computer. And then next thing you know, they come out from the back with a pill. They come out, literally, the girl walks in the back, comes out with a bottle of pills and says, "Here, take that." And that's how 90% of the issues are handled in a free healthcare society. So when I witnessed this, I was like, interesting. So I already know as an American, when I'm looking at the military industrial complex, or military industrial complex, not implex, that big difference there, that we have a problem. They fix it, they monetize it, they control it, the outsourcing, the Northrop Grummans, the Boeings, the real players of the game. And then when I saw that, I was like, holy shit. Start thinking about it. I'm like, whoever is contracted to make these pills, to make the fix for the problem in a free healthcare society, that is the healthcare defense contractors of an economic system that works in a government supplemented diagram, technically. So, what I mean by that, and what she just described, when you work in that department, when you have control to that degree of healthcare, you can't allow ostrich eggs on a farm producing natural antibodies to exist. Because the pharmaceutical military industrial complex, their system doesn't work on your solutions. The system works and operates on the solutions that they can provide. And that's how they're taking in all the tax dollars. That's how they're raking in all the funds. That's how they're manipulating the society to support the system in place. So the side angle to this ostrich situation is that the eggs that are, from my understanding, the eggs that are being produced in this scenario with these ostriches are actually producing antibodies that can be used for medicinal purposes. Is it governed by Canada? No. But when you're able to produce antibodies or a solution to a sickness, when you're dealing with a pharmaceutical, military, industrial complex, which is what free healthcare does, it creates these individuals, entities, the Grummans, the Boeings, that the military we know as in America, they have the same players, buddy. Oh, yes, the same players in that pharmacy industry. And you can produce natural antibodies that can blow shit up just as hard as a nuclear warhead. We got to take that shit out. We cannot allow you to bear arms. And not even just arms, bearing arms that are to the degree of being able to affect a certain area, to be as effective. That's why I said nuclear warhead, because these antibodies from these ostrich eggs could be just as effective for certain diseases and issues incurables that the biggest bombs that the fucking pharmaceutical military industrial complex can make. But these ostriches are not signed off on the Canadian government. But once again, it's all about control. Period. That's what it's all about. Let me go rewind this so you could hear what she says here.
In the birds all day, and they're handing us their own personal cell phone to phone our lawyer. I hope you're picking up what I'm laying down here. This has nothing to do with a virus, and they know these animals aren't infected. They know that there's no threat here, and there would never have been a threat here because these animals have a firewall. They have antibodies.
Exactly.
And that is what they want gone.
Mm-hmm.
So we sat there for a couple hours, I think it was, I don't know, after crying so long and just sitting there and watching her and us looking at each other, shaking our heads going, can you believe this? Here we are arrested for defending our own animals on our own property and our livelihoods. Thank you to everybody for your love and support and all of the welcome homes when we got back. We wouldn't be able to make it through this without all of your love and support. But I just think it's really important for everybody to know that, they're breaking so many quarantine rules. Hold on. And now
I had to go to the chat.
Loads of hay bales that were delivered.
Patrick, I'm seeing your chat here. Hold on. Are you still here? Patrick Rushton. Patrick Rushton. Are you still in the chat? He says, two things can be true, but Chaz, you're completely ignoring the fact that they had 70 cases of bird flu on this farm this year. The USA has culled 166 million birds due to the bird flu. That would be devastating. Here, remember, $20 a dozen eggs. Patrick Rushton, are you still here? Can you please call in and give some more details on this scenario, or no? Can you provide a chat at least? Ivermectin, exactly. Very similar situation to what we have been describing. I mean, I could be wrong, Patrick, but what I just described with the pharmaceutical military version of the industrial complex is very true. Jason Hayes, you have tons of info. What do you mean? Okay. Well, we're an hour into the show, I guess. We'll open up the phone lines at the end of this, but we should go ahead and get into our normally scheduled topics, I guess. So, this is what I wanted to talk about on the show. I know this is crazy. We're an hour in. We're finally getting to the topics. There was a post made by NASCAR Series Racing on Facebook. Why did Kyle Larson stop racing dirt late models? This was a very famous post. It had a lot of interactions. It was very important to a lot of people. We made a response, and it did not make the Kyle Larson fans very happy. Simply put, and this is the truth, because he quit winning and was running an average of 8th in his final 10 starts. Late models are too tough, was ruining his image of being the GOAT. Some people didn't want to listen to this. Austin Bryant comes in here and says, laugh my ass off. You think so? I said, go look up the stats. We have another post here in the continued chat response. You can go, or you can look up his results. The late model world is just too strong. It's the toughest form of motorsport in the world. I do subscribe to this idea. Joshua Johnson came in here and said Chaz isn't lying. When he first got in one, he was great, but he slowly started getting worse to the point he didn't want to race one anymore. Understandable. And that's really what I think happened. He started getting his ass whooped. The late model world's just too strong, guys. They're too fucking good. Y'all have to understand this. So, anyways, this post, I screenshotted all this because I feel like people were just being so stupid on the response columns. I was like, no, guys, this is actually what happened. Whoever paid attention, y'all saw Kyle Larson getting his fucking ass handed to him. The late model boys, they progressively develop. Kyle Larson's a sprint car driver. Fine, you can do what you do in a sprint car, but you are not going to come into the late model world. And yeah, you're going to win a few fucking races, but you ain't going to keep doing it because these boys are going to whoop your fucking ass. The late model crowd is the greatest fucking drivers in the world right now. They don't have no bullshit Trickle syndrome. They got Scott Bloomquist syndrome. And Scott Bloomquist syndrome says we got to win every motherfucking thing under the sun that a late model racing vehicle can do. And they are not going to let you come in there with your trickle bullshit and start whooping their ass. They're going to start whooping some ass right back. And that's what happened with Kyle. The late model world got better and started beating them all the time. Not like the sprint car world. Once again, I think he's a sprint car driver, so he should be able to adapt to that. But the late model world handled Kyle Larson like a G. They walked up in there, and when Kyle started winning, they started slapping his ass up and down the fucking racetrack, and he quit. That's what happened, in my opinion. But once again, opinions are no longer opinions when they're supported with facts. Facts. Now, this post, obviously, the Larson fans, the most sensitive little bitches in the world, the Larsonites. And once again, we do have a T-shirt for you people. It's called Larsonites. These were the same people yelling at David Gravel. These are the same people upset that we pointed out the facts. But we do have the Larsonite once again here, Larsonite shirt once again here on the longlivethechaz.com page. We got some shirts. We got the Ginger Kitty on there, but we have the Larsonite shirt, and this shirt describes you people 100%. This is y'all. This is y'all. Everyone commenting in defense of what I posted about Kyle Larson getting run out of late model racing. This is y'all. Everyone yelling at David Gravel like a little bitch. This is y'all. You are a delusional, most likely psychotic fan of race car driver Kyle Larson. This is also y'all. There's three definitions. It's a noun, by the way. Believes the only way Kyle can lose is because his car is off. That's what y'all say all the time. Not the fucking fact that another driver could be better. And really, for the dirt crowd, this is y'all all the way, especially the sprint car people. A sprint car fan at heart and only watches NASCAR because they like the movie Days of Thunder, so they cheer for real-life characters that remind them of Trickle. That's what y'all been doing since Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, Casey Kane, Kyle Larson. It's what y'all do. But that is who y'all are. So these people are very upset that we are going after their celebrated icon, religious freak person that they are into. We got 100 reactions, 120 comments. I'm trying to reference the starts. The comment section in here is just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Look at them. Oh, somebody says it right here. There are some late model people. See, the late model people don't suck the Kyle Larson PP. Like the sprint car people do. Y'all suck the Kyle PP big time. He says full truth. This Brandon Steagall, he's the winner of it all. He's from Kentucky. See, he don't suck the cow pee-pee. He had a hard time keeping up at all tracks under all conditions and was having to invest a lot of time to get better all around. Oh, look, this is what I saw. The wife stepped in and told him he had to pick. Oh, my God. Look, this Brandon guy, he's got a Kyle Larson picture. He's a big Kyle Larson fan, but he knows that it's full truth. He knows that it's full truth. I don't know why y'all are giving fucking Caitlyn like prime real estate in this decision. It's very unfair to Kyle. I don't think that Caitlyn runs Kyle's life. I don't even think Caitlyn's very attractive. When you learn or get to talk to Brad Sweet a lot, you start seeing Brad Sweet in Caitlyn's face, and it's like, oh my God, she's a guy. I'm not saying that's a fact. I understand she's very beautiful in her own way, but when you get to know her brother, like, and talk to him a lot, like I have, when you look at the sister, it's like, bro, I could put a wig on Brad Sweet and do some eyeliner and put some makeup on, and we could have hey, that ginger kitty just turned into a you know what I'm saying kitty, if you know what I'm saying. And she would be, and Brad would be ginger at least. That might be even a little kinkier at least. I'm just saying. But when y'all are trying to give that much credit to Caitlyn to say the wife stepped in, no. The late model boy stepped in and whooped his ass. That's what happened. Late model boys don't fuck around. They don't. And if you if you're winning in late model racing today, you got to do some shit to keep winning tomorrow. Sprint car guys, they hit a fucking lick and they're like, all right, we'll settle right here. Put the same old setup. Do the same old thing. Not in late model racing. Not at all. You got to fucking whoop some ass consistently. You got to get better and better and better because somebody's coming for you. In the late model world, the best drivers coming up, don't try to go to NASCAR Corey Day. You know what I mean by that, guys, in the sprint car world? How many great drivers have come up through sprint car racing and left our fucking sport and went to NASCAR? Kyle Larson's one of them. Corey Day's another. Christopher Bell's another. These late model boys, they don't think that way. Kyle Larson comes up in the late equal. Kyle Larson comes up in the late model world. He's going to be a World Outlaw, World 100 champion, late model Lucas Oil champion. Chris Bell comes up. They're going to win fucking, North-South 100s at Florence. They're going to win the USA Nationals at Cedar Lake. Chris Bell comes up. Oh, we're trying to beat him. What I'm trying to say here, guys, is the late model industries, amazing talents are not being manipulated to leave their sport. So when you go up into the late model world and you start winning, you're dealing with a very deep roster of a talent pool because they ain't leaving. You're dealing with the Chris Bells and the Kyle Larsons and the Corey Days of their industry. They ain't going to NASCAR. So if you want, if Corey Day, Chris Bell, and Kyle Larson were around the sprint car industry right now, they may have won every fucking championship in the last 10 years. Between those three guys, Bell and Larson, I think would have done some damage. And we got some guys in sprint cars who are just as good as them. So maybe that's a very, disingenuous statement. But if you would have put Bell and Larson, and when they were coming up through the sprint car world, if they would have just kept staying in the sprint car world, they would have been some threats to win some World Outlaw Sprint Car Series titles full time. What I'm saying is that's all they have in the late model world. Their best talents that come up don't leave to NASCAR. They don't suffer from, once again, Cole Trickle syndrome. They got Scott Bloomquist syndrome. They want to be Steve Kinser still while y'all are chasing a fucking movie. While their fan base also still supports and cheers Scott Bloomquist, our fan base supports and cheers that. That's why we're so happy to see Corey Day leave, right? That's why we're so happy to see Kyle on Sunday, right? Oh, Cole versus Rowdy. Bush. They literally are telling you what they're doing, and you don't care. The facts of this scenario is Kyle Larson started dealing with the best. And he got beat. And he could win because he's really good. But in his last 10 late model fucking starts, he averaged an 8th place finish. And this is not, what I posted here is not because of what I feel. It's because of what the facts say. Let me show you something. Here's Kyle Larson. Right here. We got his last 10 starts in dirt late model racing. Right here. His last start ever was Georgetown Speedway. It wasn't even a Lucas Oil race. This was a random, not a random. I think it was like a 20. This was the weekend that I believe this was the same race that what's his name? The guy they try to say is poor, but he's like a 4th generation fucking rich prick. Not a prick, maybe. He could be cool, but he's like they kind of sell him off as like this worker class guy when he's like a multi-millionaire family person. What's that dude's name? He does the watermelon thing. Oh, fuck. He rolled the wall. They try to sell him as like once again, they try to sell him as a worker class, but he's not. He's like a fucking millionaire family person. Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain, I believe, was at this race. Kyle Larson finished 20th at this race. It was his last late model start at Georgetown Speedway. Talladega Short Track was his last race before that, April 20th, 420, yes. We're not high on this show. These results might be a little high, though. He finished 2nd. Respectable. It's Kyle Larson. He's one of the best drivers in the world. And I've always said this. This is why people really piss me off when you hate Larson. No, I don't hate Larson. I just give respect to these other boys who are whooping your fucking ass, boy. Anyway. So in my opinion, there's one better driver than Kyle Larson at Talladega. The night before, there's 5 better drivers than you because you finished 6th. So we're up to 1, 2, 3. Hold on, let's do this. Golden Isle, you finished 9th. You finished 9th. There's 8 better drivers than you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see here. Golden Isle again, you finished hold on. Never mind. That's a hot lap. Hold on, let's make sure some of these are saying hot laps and shit. Okay, so 9th, Deuces Wild Saturday. Okay, that counts. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Never mind. I'm wrong once again. That says heat race. He finished 2nd in the heat. He finished 6th in the main. Oh, hold on now. So 20th, 6th in the feature. This race pass deal, it's got you thinking. 9th. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. We got to add this up so everybody can do this together. Hold on. Let's do this. 20 plus 6 plus 9. Hold on. 20 plus 6 plus 9. Hold on. This is how you do averages. Then he finished, let's see here. 1st, he did win. He's a great guy. He won. So that's 3, right? 1, 2, 3. No, it's 4. It's 4. That is 4. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. 1st, and then a 4 plus 4 plus 5 plus 24 plus 4 plus 5. That's 9. So then we have to go back to 23. And he did win, I believe. I think he did win. Let's see. Where is it at? Let's see here. 23. I'm trying to figure out where this actually ends up because we're at 9 races right now. We have already added up to a 78. That is the actual problem so far. So at 78 for the record, at 9 races, if we were to divide that up, that's almost 8th. See, earlier when I did this calculation, I didn't notice that it said hot laps. Now that I did, I'm actually kind of happy. Because I was like, fuck, that second place at Talladega, that's really gonna, that doesn't help the averaging out. And obviously had the bad run at Votto, besides the win. I believe that's where Bobby Pierce like straight up just fucking trashed him. But we're trying to be fair. Earlier it added up to 80, but now I think we're gonna be getting a little bit higher in this. So we got to add one more result. When was his last? So a 4th at Atomic. So a 4th at Atomic plus 4. So then we divide that by 10, and that's a 8.2 finish. So this is fact. What did he do before that? Oh, 8th, 5th, 6th, 10th. Did win at Volunteer. Good showing. 28th. First, he's a good driver. Second, 4th, 6th, 2nd, 5th. So this is what I am saying here, guys. Not saying he's trash. But when you're running, 13th and 10th and 6th and 5th and 8th, and I mean, we could go back to the 2024 year, even though you're having some wins here and there, you start showing consistencies of 5ths and 4ths and 24ths and 5ths and 4ths and get a win. And but you're not the GOAT. You're not the GOAT when you start performing these ways. You're not the GOAT. 5th, 9th, 6th, 20th. Knocked him out. Average finish of 8th. Kyle Larson shows up. He don't run no fucking 8th against sprint car. His average finish in sprint cars is way superior to that. He ain't no 8th place fucking driver in no sprint car. But in that late model, you can get to some nights where there's 7 better drivers than you. I honestly, being a sprint car person first, I honestly can't say there's 7 better drivers than you in a sprint car, Kyle. And casually watching NASCAR, I can't say that there are 7 better drivers in NASCAR than you either, Kyle. And that is also why I'm saying that late model racing is the toughest form of motorsport in the world. And the thought or opinion of that is based on you. Yeah, you could win. But 10 out of 10 times, you're finishing 8th. I mean, that's just how good, how competitive they are. The sprint car world would be that way too if we stayed under a Steve Kinser mentality. We would have all the talent. You wouldn't even be a NASCAR driver right now if we were in the same mentality as the late model boys. But Cole and your system and your boss fucked that up. That's just my opinion. Any comments? Any chats here? I know it's getting late into the night, but that's just how I feel. Whip City's a Larsonite? You're forgetting his son is racing a lot of time. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. He is a Larsonite. All right, so next topic. We can run through the topics like a professional. This one. Apparently, this is making a lot of people upset. David Gravel was using a phrase in victory lane. Let's hear it.
You know, we probably don't have a shot to win the race, but just glad to hang on. You don't want to lose races like that, especially big paying ones. So feels good to win another race at Tulare. Track had a lot of character, and all these people booing, they could suck it for sure.
Okay, so this and they cut out of the segment there when he said this.
They could suck it for sure.
So this actual comment by Gravel, it did stir up some controversy. I had multiple media members message me. I had one person say, I want to have a debate with you because of what Gravel said here. And at the end of the day, when they came at me like, we're concerned of the image of the sport, do you think World Racing Group should fine David Gravel and Todd Quering? Todd needs to put a leash on Gravel here. It's not like fucking Hoosier hasn't already, the Purple Mafia. We need further control of how these boys speak out, basically, is how they were saying it to me. And I was sitting there like, no, they're already doing this in other sports. Like, look at this. This is a clip from Hayden Deegan, which is a guy who obviously a part of the Deegan family. He's on the Supercross tour. Because some people were saying, oh, well, if they keep speaking like that, they're never going to allow sprint car racing on national television. First of all, most people, NASCAR in particular, would love for David Gravel and Kyle Larson to be having the rivalry over there. If you don't understand why NASCAR is scheduled on top of the Knoxville Nationals next year, I really don't know how to help you. But that's why, because sprint car racing with the Gravel-Larson rivalry was becoming very popular. So they're snubbing the Knoxville Nationals next year, in my opinion, by scheduling on top of it, taking Kyle Larson out of it, because they are threatened by the sprint car racing industry. NASCAR is fucking scared to death that the world starts watching our product and our sport and our drivers and our ability and our show, technically, because their show is trash. If people started watching our show, they would just like leave NASCAR instantly. So they're scheduling on top of Knoxville, taking away this rivalry, this suck it and all that, because obviously the California fans are mad at Gravel because of him and Kyle. NASCAR would love for people to be that mad. Love it. But regardless, I think that David Gravel is somewhat supercrossing the sport here, and that is basically on Hayden Deegan. Look at this. So this is a clip. Hayden Deegan was involved in a wreck where he basically ended up trying to take out a Asian rider. I know this is fucking funny because Kyle and Gravel, obviously, a white boy and an Asian. But this is also something that's actually happening in the world we know it as. And this is Hayden Deegan being a little too cocky. Not as cocky as David, because I think Hayden's not as skilled as David. But look at what Hayden Deegan, who is a poster boy for Supercross going forward, had to say.
Just now that I'm him and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can suck it.
So he once again, Asians, they're mad at him and he's being boisterous, but they're about to show you some clips over the weekend after he said suck it, where Hayden Deegan went to doing some of the most dirtiest driving ever, and the Asian guy actually beat him in the championship. Watch this.
Now that I'm him and they got to deal with it. If you don't like it, you can suck it.
So he takes him out right there. The Asian guy walks away. Hayden Diggins says, my shoulder hurts. This is the guy. This is the Kyle Larson of the Supercross industry. So basically, this is Kyle, and this is David. This is what's happening. It's so weird that the two dirt sports of 4 wheels and 2 wheels are sharing these similarities in a rivalry between a white dude who says suck it to the fans of the Asian guy that, although David has a little more, class when he's driving, this is technically what did happen over the weekend in the Supercross industry. So it is funny that actually did occur. But this guy says suck it too. I mean, it's Hayden Deegan. So, I mean, obviously the system is going towards more of the Wreckham style. Like, I don't know. Is Caleb Montgomery trying to be the Hayden Deegan by taking a guy out or trying to take a guy out? I'm not sure. But I think, yeah, you have kids. You have to worry about these certain things where, I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's people who go to church in the grandstands and all that, but it's just not where the world's at anymore. I mean, curse language and all that, these are kind of defined languages. They're not necessarily ordained languages. It doesn't mean that they are actually curse words. They could be made up. We don't know, right? People want to defame religion because it's like, are the books true or are they made up? Same thing can be applied to phrases like suck it. And see, that's the big discriminatory thing here to me is like, suck it is a phrase. It's not a literal meaning. Is it not in our society? Like when you say, hey man, fuck you, you could suck it. Do you really mean that guy should suck my genital area? No. So that's what I mean, is it's more so a phrase. When David Gravel says this to hateful, cruel, disgusting, loser, bum, Cole Trickle / Kyle Larson fans in California. And I think that's where you draw the line there, is the difference between a phrase and an actual meaning, an actual intent, an actual, I don't know, I don't know. Once again, you could back this down to saying you're just a bunch of soft little bitches if you're complaining about David Gravel saying suck it to some assholes, calling him a fucking asshole and saying you suck, you pussy, and all this stuff that they said to David. And then, of course, the Larson fans at Eldora who literally tried to threaten to kill him and his family's life. So if David wants to come on the stage and say suck it to these fucking asshole psychotic motherfuckers, then all right. But if you think the World of Outlaws or World Racing Group and all these people should gang up on David for playing the same game that Hayden Deegan and national media would love and kill for, I think you're an idiot. Responses in the comment section. Are there any? I'm sure y'all are already tuned out. Aaron Crocker says munch it. That is pretty disgusting that you would say that. Wow. That's pretty crazy. You would actively say that. Ricky and James never had that attitude on live TV. That's true. That's true. Doesn't Hayden have a bigger following? I would think so. Yes, he does. What chocolate milk does Kyle Larson like? They talk about the Bloomquist crotch chop every World 100. Yes, exactly. But that's, once again, Supercross. What Supercross driver, for instance, or what did they ever beg Ricky Carmichael or James Stewart to go to MotoGP to prove their superiority over the Supercross riders? No. Y'all have to understand that is literally the Larson co-trickle effect on sprint car racing. Do you understand that? Like Ricky Carmichael, for instance, if he didn't go to MotoGP and show that he could beat the asphalt motorcycle drivers, he sucks. He's David Gravel. Y'all not get that? Y'all not get that that's what they've done to us in dirt racing? In sprint car racing in particular? This is why they're shaming on David. They're shaming on David simply because he's not a Cole Trickle. Because he's a Ricky Carmichael. He's the best in the industry. And they don't like that. Larson said he drinks muscle milk. Oh, God. He drinks whey protein. That's crazy. We got to get to the live calls. I know some people are wanting to call. Let's get here into the other topics of the night. We have the safety issue. Anthony Macri obviously having an issue with his back injury after hitting the wall at a very weird spot. You know, I'm not so sure. I'm a firm believer that the cars need to innovate. But when you have these situations where cars are coming to dead stops like you had Anthony Macri inquire, I don't know how much you can do to really combat that. Like, I know I've advocated for safety in a new sprint car or some, areas of crash radius, expand the cockpit room. But when you hit the wall to that degree, in that way, and come to a sudden stop at full speed, I don't think that there's a seat. I don't really think that there's a car. I mean, maybe the way they're having to sit in these cars is playing a factor. Because it's odd how they sit in these sprint cars. They're in the somebody made a joke. They're sitting in a toilet position. It's like they're sitting on the toilet. That's literally the way, an upright vehicle. But there's really no other upright vehicles in motorsports besides the sprint car. For the record, there's no other vehicles out there in the world designed to be operated in this way. So people can sit here and complain and chasm systems. Do you blame this? Do you blame that? Whatever's going on. There's no other fucking race car in the world where you sit on it like you're on the fucking toilet or driving a tractor. Or maybe a Peterbilt. Maybe a Peterbilt is the closest thing to how you sit in a sprint car. So when we see these wrecks happen, you have to equate the speed, the stopping, the abruptness, and you also have to equate how the human being is actually sitting in their position body-wise when these impacts are occurring. We could see Indy cars and I had this argument differently on Jeremy's show, but I know I'm trying to think. We've seen these impacts with Indy cars that are higher speeds. Formula One, NASCAR, NHRA. But these are all in vehicles where your seating position is with your legs out in front of you. So what I mean by that is like the way you sit, just sitting in a sprint car. The weight is being pushed onto your lower back and spinal area. It's basically a cradle position. Depending on the arc of your seat. Most of the times you're sitting how I'm sitting at the desk right now. You're sitting down straight up, because I've been in them. Your legs are either straight out and then down, or they're maybe angled up just a little bit. But in this position, it's not like a stock car or an Indy car where your legs are out, you're laid back. Things are a little more, the weight, the impact points of how the seats and human in the car are a little more dispersed. You know, your back, your lower back, your spine's not, you know, handling all the weight, the inertia of all body weight. Because your legs are out, they're resting on the seat, you know, in an Indy car or something, and you're leaned back just a little bit. Things are kind of more evenly dispersed across the body in those seating positions versus how we're sitting in this chair right now. I can feel that all my body weight, all the inertia is placed on the spine to keep me in this seat, in this position. So I think that is where we have these injuries, is how the actual body of a human being is being placed into this 1,000 horsepower psychological nutbag machine that is then being thrusted around a little short track at 100 miles per hour and slamming into poles at an immediately abrupt stop. If you were maybe laying down in a NASCAR or a late model position with your legs out in front of you, or a Indy car laid down, back rested, all this stuff. If you were maybe in a form, you know, the NHRA style, maybe when you hit that pole or hit the ground or however we see him wreck, maybe the energy is dispersed a little differently. And your spine is not taking as much as an abrupt absorption versus a car or a seating position where you're literally sitting on your spine. You're sitting on your spine when you're in these cars. You're not like laying down, resting your back. You're sitting on your back. I don't know if some people know what I mean by this, but I've sat in these vehicles. I know y'all can talk all this shit you want. Oh, you're a bum, Chaz. I've sat in sprint cars. I've sat in modifieds, big blocks. I've sat in IMCA modifieds. I sat in stock cars. I've sat in micros. I've sat in all these different vehicles and went around racetracks. The most uncomfortable fucking vehicle in the world is a sprint car. It's severely uncomfortable. The big block modified sits upright like a sprint car, but your legs are out in front of you. You still have the upright seating position, but your legs can move. A fucking sprint car pins your legs basically backwards. You're almost in a pinch position. And then with how you have to swing the brake and up and down the right, all of your weight is pressed onto your spine in that fucking seating position that we decided to put these drivers in the most extreme situations that the world could ever fucking imagine around a circular dirt track. So I'm not sure, without creating a new car that only people can afford that are millionaires and billionaires and subjugating the sport into 30 teams and advancing it like they did with Dallara and NASCAR and Dallara with IndyCar and Dallara. If they do that, you're going to hear Dallara a lot more with the gambling industry and everything else. Outside of that, I don't think you're ever going to fix it. I don't think you're going to fix it. But this is also why over the years, And also why, personally, I am a sprint car fan. This is also why I feel so disrespected for the people I talk about or the sport I love. That the risk, the talent, and the ability that these sprint car drivers are enduring is above everyone else. You could tell me Kyle Larson's a great driver. I don't care. We got guys over here that are good. But at the end of the day, a top-level sprint car driver is displaying more skill, more ability, and here's what trumps all your fucking asses: more death-defying risk than any other race car in the world. Closest thing is maybe World Rally when they're on the side of a 1,000-foot cliff drop. Outside of that, this is number fucking one. Because they're not going to fix it. Their backs are on the line. When they go into the corner and they're going for the fucking win and they push it up on that cushion, a lot of the times Anthony Macri drives out of that corner. But you don't care about him until he breaks his back, huh? Same with Courtney. Same with all these other guys. That's really all I've ever been about, is the respect and admiration for the drivers and the ability and the performance aspect of this sport. And this is why I would put sprint cars as number one. And they should be more recognized. They should be on ESPN just as much as your Cup boys. They should get national recognition for the risk and ability that they have. And honestly, when you strap into a sprint car and you're worried about dying or being hurt, you probably shouldn't strap in. But that person strapping in should be receiving admiration for what they're doing. That's technically why over the years I've been so loud, trying to get that admiration, going after the biggest entities in the world to get that respect that Code Trickle siphoned off to the NASCAR world. You don't get that Steve Kinser respect. You get that fucking Code Trickle shit, while I'm looking at the late model boys get that Scott Bloomquist treatment. Nah. You motherfuckers who stay in sprint cars, your Gravels, your Macaries, not you Bells and Larsons, y'all siphoned out. I'm going to talk about these guys. And yeah, I'm going to say they're better than all your NASCAR bitches, because your boys and girls are scared to get into our cars. And I believe that fear is why I place them above you. Let's not even talk about the ability it takes to drive these fucking things. Ty Gibbs almost flips out of the fucking park. That's how hard they are. So yeah, I think it is the upright seating position to circle around. The upright seating position in these vehicles is what is causing the back issues, combined with it being 1,000 horsepower rocket ship that could crash into a pole. Live calls, ladies and gentlemen. That's the number, 972-737-0409. On the screen, We're going to leave the lines open for a few more minutes. If you're backing out, just let me know. That's my opinions, though. If we don't have anyone call, we'll just shut them down and shut the stream down. It's fine. It's 11 o'clock, so I can understand how y'all are sleepy. Waiting on a call. We'll go to the chat while we're waiting. Do what the chat's saying. Amen, Chaz, as he says. Interesting. Yeah, what Aaron Reitzel's doing is very noble. Very, very fucking noble. I'll tell you that. Very noble. Is that it for the night? I think this is it for the night. I'm not getting any calls. Oh, no, we have one. Hello.
Hello,
Who is this?
this is Dan.
Dan, okay. How you doing?
Good.
Is there anything you wanted to say, Dan? I'm sorry.
Hi. Yeah, I wanted to talk about sprint car racing.
Okay, go for it.
Perfect. So, want to ask you if we agree a little bit.
Okay.
If you take a top 3 team and you take a rookie driver, could you take that top 3 team and take that rookie driver and make them into something? But let's flip the coin.
Okay.
Right? Flip that coin, and you take a top 3 driver, and you put them into an 8th through 15th place team. Can that top driver really, bring that team up?
Well, I think it needs to be a discrepancy here. Are we talking sprint cars or late models?
Well, late models, that's a whole nother deal. Late models, man, you got to have a really good crew chief for late models.
Well, but no, that's kind of what I mean, because in late models, most of the drivers are the crew chiefs. Most of the drivers work on their cars way more than sprint car racing. Way more. You go into a late model pitting area and the drivers don't hop out the car and get on their phones. I'm just saying. I mean, they're under the fucking hood. I'm just saying. So
that's true. Well, yeah.
So you're saying sprint car.
Yes
For
and
your
no.
example, I would say the best way to it sounds like make your argument is I would say sprint cars, because they're mainly, the driver and the crew and the car is
They're arrive and drive.
right. Look at Ricky
They arrive
Thornton,
and
for
drive.
instance. Ricky Thornton went to average team in Kohler, but because he's a driver crew chief, he set the cars up and got them to where they are today. I don't think there's a lot of sprint car drivers who could do that, for instance.
That's true.
So that
You're right.
So your example of what you're providing would be mainly for the sprint car world.
Correct. Yep. Given that example, though, of course, we got a silly season going on really early right now.
Right.
And a lot of people talking about who's going where and what's going to happen and everything else. But you look at this, and I don't want to bring up names. I'll bring up names.
That's fine.
Schatz,
Yeah.
this, Donnie Schatz this and Sheldon Hauden sailed that. So here's the point I'm going to bring up. Everybody, and I'm not even a Donnie Schatz fan. I'm just going to point that out. But Donnie Schatz, he earned his right to where he's at.
Okay.
And everybody's kind of, I would say being mean about it.
Trashing
about
him.
the way he races. About the way he races, he's being mean about it.
Right.
But on the flip side, though, if he had somebody setting up the car the way he wants, could he be a top 5 guy? Absolutely, he could be. Absolutely. I think.
Well, but isn't that the
still,
problem, though? Isn't that the problem? I mean, Donnie Schatz, I think this is the problem, is Donnie Schatz being a top 5 guy isn't good enough. Donnie Schatz dominating is what we're used. That's the problem, right? Like Donnie Schatz dominating, destroying everybody is the standard. Like if Kyle Larson, if you was to say, so I know it sounds weird, but if Kyle Larson got to a stage of his career, we're saying, he could be a top 5 guy. Wouldn't you, at that point, people would be like, what do you mean? That's not what Kyle Larson is. Kyle Larson's supposed to show up and fucking dominate or maybe win the race or finish second. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
it's like that's the standard that Donnie is at, right? Right?
Scott Bloomquist, and there was a time when every time we showed up and watched Scott Bloomquist, we expected him to win.
Right. So all I'm saying is like,
and
what you described there is
the last 10 years with Scott Bloomquist, we would hope he would win, or we'd hope he'd get in the top 5. But everybody falls off on their racecraft or whatever it may be. But is Donnie done? No, I don't think so. But
it definitely takes a track. The track has to, and that happened with Scott too. The track had to be a certain way for Scott to really be. And Scott Bloomquist's driving style and Donnie's driving style very comparable if you think about it. They really did some domination where the track was through the middle. They kind of out-pedaled people. The new late model world and the new sprint car world is transitioned. I know that Jonathan Davenport floats the middle and still can win some World 100s, but 9 times out of 10, Jonathan Davenport's having to get on the fucking wall and eat, to win. But
I was at Cedar Lake mid 2000s. Buddy of mine, because I was a Scott Bloomquist fan back then. Buddy of mine says, "Dude, what's up here? We're at like lap 70," and he says, "Scott's in like 6," and I just said, "Wait, just wait. He's just gonna hang back there and he's gonna save his stuff, save his tires." But he was a master at that kind of thing, and back in the day, yeah, I mean, he did some amazing things that. Well, when we cross it over to sprint cars, that's a whole different type of racing. That's almost like.
But it is very interesting to compare Donnie Schatz to Scott Bloomquist because they were very similar in their driving style. It was a very similar way of winning and domination. So I know we're crossing into 2 different worlds here, but it is very similar.
Yes, it is. He didn't win all them championships by
banging the cushions.
Right. Because you can't jump that much stuff.
But even the late model world now is about getting up there and romping. I mean.
Yeah.
But once again, but back to your original comment, though, when you say I think Donnie Schatz is a top 5 driver, I think just like even Bloomquist, you could have said the same thing. I think Bloomquist could be a top 5 driver. That's not the standard that people are judging him as any at all. I don't think, and maybe it's their own issue is that they got used to Donnie or Scott in the same element dominating.
Well,
That the only way that
what I-
Scott or Donnie is going to be Scott or Donnie again is if they go out there and dominate. And if they don't go out there and dominate, then they took a step back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And I wanted to bring up too, I think the majority of fans think it's all the driver. And sometimes, and I'm coming from a racing background, I grew up with racing, all that, since I could barely walk. And I will tell you that a good driver will take a car that is a 10th place car and put it in the top 5.
Right.
An average driver will take a top car and maybe put it in the top 10. That's my take on it, is that one thing that fans don't understand is not always a driver. Now, the driver makes choices during the race.
Yeah.
And we see it. We watch. They make choices that are bad. They make really good choices sometimes. But you hear the drivers talk about it. I had a 3rd place car. We made it to 2nd. I'm happy about that.
Right.
So, and then you hear other drivers say, I had a top 10 car and I made it to 5th. I'm happy. The good drivers can understand that, but the fans don't. The fans really don't understand it. They only look at it as it's a driver.
Right.
Either it's all in the driver. Either the driver sucks or whatever. But I can tell you, a lot of it goes into the car too, as well. I mean, you could have a car that's not set up that well, and a good driver could put that into the top 5. But an average driver could take that not so good car and maybe end up 15th.
Well, and you had a comment here that somebody's pointing out. Jerry is saying, Jerry Ponder, as long as Donnie has been racing, he should know how to set up a car himself, how he likes it. This is where I have an issue putting the Kinser Wolfgang this is what and this is a good point. This is where I have an issue putting him in the Kinser Wolfgang Swindell category. I think what he's saying there is Kinser, Swindell, Wolfgang kind of maybe knew how to set the car up to where if you gave Kinser, well, I don't know if you could put Kinser in there because of the Carl situation. You know what I'm saying? Like Carl Kinser and Steve. I'm sure Steve knew how to set up a car, but I think you do draw a line just because of Carl, I would say, between Steve Kinser and Wolfgang and Swindell. Because Wolfgang and Swindell, they had to set their shit up. Like, they were masterminds themselves. You know what I mean by that? So, like, I think what they're saying...
Your next mastermind, I think, is Tanner Thorson, but...
Oh, well, that's... maybe, but Wolfgang and Swindell were very fucking smart individuals. I mean, Sammy Swindell's the reason we even have dirt tires. Because he was grooving drag tires in Indianapolis, and the owner of Goodyear saw him grooving drag tires. All the sprint car tires used to be drag racing tires. And the owner of Goodyear saw Sammy Swindell grooving them in an Indianapolis IndyCar shop and said, "What are you doing?" The owner of Goodyear literally said to Sammy, well, we'll fix this shit come next week. And that's how Goodyear technically started molding sprint car tires, was seeing Sammy Swindell groove drag racing tires in Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But what I'm saying here, they're saying they have an issue putting Schatz on the Mount Rushmore of sprint car racing, for instance, because of this reference. Because what they're saying is if you was to give Steve Kinser, and once again, we'll just put Steve to the side because his accomplishments alone are so amazing. Let's just say Wolfgang and Swindell. if you were to give Doug Wolfgang or Sammy Swindell the best equipment in the world, they don't need Cody Jacobs. They don't need Ricky Warner. They don't need a crew chief. They themselves can find a way to set that car up and put it to the fucking front. And I think that's what Jerry is saying here is they have a problem with the crew chief dependency that Donnie as a driver, they don't necessarily see a driver who needs a crew chief in the same category as Doug Wolfgang, Sammy Swindell, and Steve Kinser. I think you're close with Tanner Thorson. I respect Tanner Thorson due to his mind, due to these things that we're talking about. But there is something to be said there. If Donnie Schatz needed these people to perform, unlike Doug Wolfgang and Sammy Swindell, obviously Carl and Steve, I'm trying to leave that out because, you know, there's that's
actually all part of it. So, coming from my position, if you can't tell the crew chief what you need to make that car better, then that's a problem. And if there's a disconnect, and maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Well, but that's why I say, you know, Coach Trickle killed the sprint car star. You know, Scott Bloomquist didn't need a crew chief. Ricky Thornton Jr. don't need a crew chief. These guys, they know what's under their fucking seats. See, this is the deal with Jonathan Davenport and probably Doug Wolfgang and probably Sammy Swindell. When they go out there in hot laps, for instance, just giving an example, and they go around the track, they enter turn one, the car does this, the car does that, they come off of turn two, they're fucking already thinking in their minds what they got to do to the car to make it better. They're already, as a crew chief driver, they're already in the next department of being faster. You know what I mean by that? Like, I think the late model guys think like this. They don't have to communicate with a crew chief to make the adjustments on the race car. Doug Wolfgang didn't have to communicate with the crew chief, or Sammy didn't have to communicate with the crew chief to make the changes needed to be faster. I think this is what the people in the comments are saying is they don't think, or maybe they're saying Donnie Schatz is the beginning of crew chief dependency, to where him as a driver didn't know what to do to the car underneath him to make it better. Somebody just mentioned Aaron Reitzel. I think Aaron Reitzel's probably above Tanner Thorson because that motherfucker works on his race car. He could be a douchebag, an asshole. I'm out on Aaron Reitzel as the person. But I think maybe Aaron Reitzel is he's probably the closest thing we got right now to a high-performing driver crew chief is what I think people are saying.
No, I think Aaron's fine. I mean, Aaron does well, and Aaron has definitely shown a very heavy presence with his driving and his abilities out there. And you know, it's too bad that he got hurt out there at Eldora and whatnot. But
right, well, he's bounced back. But I mean, back to the topic at hand: is it Donnie Schatz's fault that he can't figure out what he needs on the car? Like, that's where I think they're drawing the line. That's the point that Jerry made here. Is it like
question?
Well, Swindell Wolfgang. No, you give Swindell Wolfgang the best equipment in the world, they're going to go the front with it because they're making the adjustments. They don't need a crew chief to be the best. They figure it out. I think that's what this is saying.
So when we look back at history, the reason that I don't know is because he's had the ability to have some of the best people under him for a decade, right? And best crew chief, best crew, all this stuff. And he racked up a ton of wins, racked up a ton of championships. Now, can a Donnie go to a small team and rack up wins like a Corey Day? I don't know. You know,
Oh, but hold on. Could
I
Corey Day
think
go
that
to a small team and do the same?
smaller than what would be smaller
Corey
than
Day's been
Jason Myers?
groomed. Corey Day. No, don't say that.
Well, I
Don't say
mean,
that.
like,
Hold on. The mind of Jason Myers
what are
is
we talking
very
about? A smaller
valuable.
team?
Yeah. What do you mean? What?
No, I know.
Hold on. Is Jason Myers a small team? You consider Jason Myers
What?
Racing a small team?
Well, it's not a Clausen Marshall, but it's not a KKR. It's not a something like that. But
What defines a small team to you? Now I'm curious.
well, I shouldn't say a small team, but I should say less invested, maybe.
But hold on. This is back to this point. If you got the funding and you have a mind and then you have a driver, that's a big team, I think. Look at the Liebig situation with Tim's. You know, they got a driver, they got a car, and they got a crew chief, and they're a big team now, winning the biggest races in the world. You know, yeah, they don't have the
Well,
name, they don't have the
I'm not going to argue
KKR
that.
logo. I'm just saying
I'm
they don't.
not going to argue that with Tim's actually winning all them big races. I'm not going to argue that at all.
Well, but
That's
look, I mean, Ryan
that's
Timms
actually a
was in.
Cinderella story.
Well, Ryan Timms was in a Rico position. You know, Rico was fired from Paul Silva's ride. Rico couldn't win a NARC race. And then all of a sudden he got with Ricky Warner and his family team, and bam, Ryan Timms' success. Ryan Timms was in the same position. Wasn't winning a race, was nowhere to be found. Got with the Liebig team and a Ricky Warner and a Shane Liebig, and bam. You know, so these are things that actually happen where a combination, if you don't have these three parts, that's what I'm saying. What's a small team and a big team? I consider Liebig a big team now because they have the three parts. You know, Jason Myers Racing, maybe it's not Casey Kane and Tony Stewart, but if you have the money and you have someone who could take that money and implement it into a car and crew chief it, and then you have a driver, you're instantly into the big boy category. You know, that's where Corey Day's at,
Well,
I think.
I will agree with that because if you translate that over to football, you can spend all the money you want.
Baseball's the greatest example.
Yeah, right. You can spend all the money you want, but you're not always going to have the greatest success.
Right.
So again, I think we're focusing on the maybe that I said something where it was a small team, but what I meant by a small team was they run selective races. Well, now they do run selective races, and but up until this point, they had Baseman, right? And they had Day.
Right. They used Day to get the charter, technically.
Right.
I mean, that's what it was, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, and what they're going to do with that in the future is their prerogative. But I think what it really comes down to is going back to drivers, though. Fans focus way too much on the driver. That if the driver doesn't do any good, it's all the driver.
Right.
That's not true. Now, it can be true if the driver has all the best things going for them.
But it's also perspective based, because then what is the best things? It's very subjective. Was Donnie Schatz in the 57 or the Works Limited the best? Wasn't
No,
that the best he could
no,
be in?
absolutely not.
Paul Silva is the
Absolutely
crew
not.
chief. I mean, all this money behind you. I mean, what's better than that?
But it wasn't 57. I mean,
It's still Paul Silva. It's still the best mind we know, right? Made Kyle.
yeah.
I'm just saying. So what is? That's why I say it's perspective based. It's not just like just how you're saying that the driver is viewed as the end all be all of a team. That's a perspective, whether that's true or not, right? I mean, but then also you're saying like Jason Myers and Corey Day is like this small team success, but then at the same time, like, or opportunity, we'll say opportunity.
Oh, I'm.
But then at the same time, I mean, Donnie Schatz had Paul Silva.
That's true, but
I mean, he had all the money in the world.
But let's back up. I am actually 100% always for the underdog.
Okay.
So when you see,
so the moment that
person
Boise
win,
State became a bigger team, you hated them. Just say it.
no, I'm not into that. But when
I'm fucking with you.
when
Continue.
when I see a decent Pursley win, when I see Ryan Timms win,
right,
I'm all for that. 100%. I love it. Love that kind of stuff. And when a couple of years ago, Brian Brown went to the Tuscarora and won.
Yeah, it was
absolutely love it. Beautiful.
Yeah. So then, question: did you view Rico and his family team as a small team, or no?
Oh.
I'm just asking a question. Just asking.
When they first started? Or
no,
now?
When they had success. So you're saying success determines, or?
Well, that's like asking me if Macri's team when they first started versus now.
Oh, but when they first started, they still were not a small team. Macri Concrete was multi-billionaires almost. I would feel like at least million. I mean, that's not a small team, is it? I mean, they got the funding from millions and millions and millions of dollars. So, what is a small? So this is even more interesting. What is the definition of a small team? Or is it all perspective based? This is what I was saying. It's all perspective, right? I mean, the perspective, if this new team from from PA, for instance, in Macri just shows up and enters a World of Outlaw race, and he's a guy running the cushion, but you never heard of him before, blah, blah, blah. It could look like it's a small team, but really it's a multi-million-dollar team. They just started. You know what I'm saying by that? Like, it's all perspective based in a way.
Well, I mean, like I said, a Cinderella story, obviously small team would be like a Ryan Timms team. That's a definite. Okay. I think that Rico Abreu today, with his presence, with what he's grown that team to be before he even merged with Tony and all that stuff.
So that's the reason I brought it up. Do you consider that no longer a small team, even though Rico is very small? We're not going to ignore that. The elephant in the room.
Rico hasn't been small for probably 4 years.
I feel like his height would disagree with you, but continue. Why are you laughing? You can't be laughing at those jokes. You're supposed to chastise me.
Whatever.
Continue.
No, I'm sure he'll laugh at him too.
It's
That's
okay.
fine.
It's okay, but you're saying for 4 years. So you're saying Caleb Montgomery is a small team, for instance.
I would say so.
Where are you out of?
I
I'm
think
curious.
so.
I did not ask this when you answered the phone. 507 is where?
Minnesota.
Oh God. Ugh. What part of Minnesota?
Well, southern Minnesota.
Oh no,
So
like Deer Creek?
We got
Like
a lot
Deer
of good
Creek
tracks
or
around us. We got Deer Creek around us. We got Cedar Lake. We got Mississippi Thunder. We got a lot of great tracks around us.
Oh yeah, there's some amazing facilities there. The only thing that's not working for y'all is JJ McCarthy, but I don't even know if you know who that is. But regardless,
yeah, we're quite aware.
well, Carson Wentz is a bad motherfucker. I'm just saying. But so you're in Haven land, technically. It's hard to relate to Minnesota people because they don't know how good they got it. Y'all have some very good racetracks. I think y'all have some amazing drivers. The Wasota driver just won 1,000 features. Apparently, I don't know if you heard about that. But
we got. I mean, in the Midwest, when you talk about Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, we got some of the best. Call it modified drivers, late model drivers, in the country right here. And this is where, of course, we have the IMCA Super Nationals and all that. So
I learned a lot about it. I don't know if you know, but I almost married a person called Bruning. I don't know if you know who Bruning is. But they're over there near the Rochester area. But yeah, I got to learn more about the Wasota. There's a lot of good racetracks up there. Deer Creek, didn't the Outlaw race get rained out? I believe
it did.
And that would have been an amazing race. Amazing race. And Mississippi Thunder got rained out as well, I believe.
Nope. I went to that one. We had that one. They had a ton of rain beforehand, like 2 days before.
The sprint car race?
Yep. They had the World of Outlaws sprint car race.
Okay.
And they were able to put the track together. It was hammered down.
You're right. Yeah, and that's not how that track races typically.
No.
And it's a shitty race when it's like that.
Unfortunately, they didn't get all the way to the wall, which, late model races, when they go there, is right on the wall. It was so not rubbered up, but so hammered down. They didn't push the cushion up far enough. They got close in the feature, probably within about 3 feet of the wall, but it could have been way better. But I think Bob Tim, who runs the track himself, he wished it could have been better, and can't. Weather's weather. But I'll say this though, I've heard a lot of talk about how I went out to Indiana Speed Week or Indiana Sprint Week, Indiana Midget Week. They have Ohio Speed Week. They have Pennsylvania Speed Week. I've heard a lot of talk about Wisconsin. And I think Wisconsin, Minnesota should team together, do like some sort of speed weeks. It would be awesome. And even if Iowa's to join in, maybe you got Mason City, maybe you got Knoxville.
Well, the Wisconsin Speed Week was very good.
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah, 141, right?
Yep. You did 141. They did Plymouth. They did first time this year anybody's ever raced sprint cars, I think, at Red Cedar Speedway.
And that was a good one.
Lake, of course. And then the only sprint cars that have ever been at Mississippi Thunder has been the IRAs. Yep, you're right.
What else is the is there a Wisconsin track that the National Series have not went to that deserves one?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Because there's a lot of tracks there. I did not know how prevalent that the Wisconsin racetracks are, but and they're not shitty facilities. Like, if you go to a track in Indiana or you go to a track in Ohio or even some in PA, like, for instance, like Lincoln Speedway. It's not the best facility. I'm just saying, Lincoln Speedway is not the best facility, especially when you compare it to some of the facilities in Wisconsin. There are amazing facilities when compared in the state of Wisconsin. It is unbelievable how good y'all's tracks are.
I can't, I think Wisconsin has been pretty well covered, but I can say for
Minnesota. What about Minnesota?
Iowa, Minnesota, Fairmont, Minnesota. I mean, that's an interesting track.
What about Rice Lake?
It's a half-mile paperclip that races really fast. Mason City, Iowa.
Yeah. That's the home. That's the home of USRA, I believe.
It is.
Yes,
it's the home of USRA. It's bad fast track.
I actually lost a GoPro off of Ryan Gustin's car there, and I did not find it. But continue. That's a harsh memory for me. Yeah, I was talking to Todd, not Todd Queering, but the other Todd.
Todd from USRA.
Yep. And we could not find it. We searched the entire facility, and it was unfortunate. But that's a badass racetrack. It's not bad. It can rubber down, but if it's not rubber down and it slicks off, that's a bad motherfucker in Mason City, buddy.
Well, I can tell you this much. I'm really looking forward to the next season because sprint cars, I think, is only going to get better.
Yeah.
And when you look at the two different series, I really hope that they go on the what you call AFC, NFC type.
Yeah, I hope that
model.
happens. It should happen, but continue.
And that we have multiple Super Bowls throughout the year. And we know that out there in Sioux Falls, that's one of them. I mean, Todd's going to try and make this into one of the crown jewels.
And they're obvious. Apparently, I've had my issues with Todd. We've documented those very well. But their sons watch it, especially Andrew Queering, and they are apparently resurfacing Husitz with some better dirt, which is huge. Huge.
And we're all looking forward to that.
Everyone is, because it's a beautiful facility. It just needs to be a better race. Period. And the dirt is holding it back.
It's Eldora 2.0. That if they get the surface right, and if they get it to be like Cedar Lake, then I think we're going to have some really good racing.
Well, and that's what I've always told him. I've always told him, I was like, Cedar Lake don't rubber down like that, and they apparently found some dirt that soil tests because they've been doing soil tests for years at Huset's, apparently. And they have found something that is going to work. When I made that post on Facebook, I don't know if you saw it, but I made a post when he told me that, and Logan Schuhart, David Gravel, World of Outlaws, High Limit, Brad Sweet, everyone loved my post because everyone knows the only thing missing at Huset's is a race. And that has to start and begin with the dirt of the facility. So if you could bring new dirt
Absolutely.
into that facility,
It's a marquee place. It's a marquee place, no doubt.
it needs to be. It needs to be. Huset Speedway needs to be the best racetrack, or one of the best that we see. Not as far as visuals, but as far as racing on the track. It needs to be.
Well, absolutely. If you can get that place to get at least 2 lanes, you're winning. If you get
We just
3,
need that motherfucker to
now
slick
you're
off.
golden.
We just need it to slick off for 30 laps, where you can float the middle or float the top, because you can't get that right now at that track. You can't. It goes one way or the other, and it's done. And that's what it is. It needs to change, and apparently it will. And that's very important, I think, for the future of the sport, because a facility like that should not go to waste, if that makes any sense.
Oh, absolutely not. If you know the history of the facility, yeah, you can't let something like that go.
Right. Well, I've enjoyed talking to you. You're from Minnesota. I hope you're not.
I am.
I hope
Minnesota.
you're not a Sammy Mars fan. He's disappointed me. Why are you laughing? Why? People in the chat are like, "Who's Sammy Mars? What are you talking about?" I mean, but
I did want to bring up though the driver stuff that was brought up before with David Gravel saying what he said. I really didn't see much of that.
No, it's just haters. It's just
just
haters.
Yeah. And let me just say this. I'm not even a David Gravel fan, but that was nothing. Come on.
No.
Just stop.
That's what I said. I mean, I was like, come on. What do you get? That is hate speech restriction.
I don't think it is even hate speech. He was just
I'm just saying, like, the people who are offended. Hold on.
Right? I mean,
what I'm saying is the people who are offended by that are the ones on that side of the table that want to restrict free speech. That's what they're so fucking sensitive. You know what I mean by that? Like, they're so sensitive, they're worried about David Gravel. Come on. Fuck off. Yeah. He said, suck it.
And again, I'm not his number one fan, but I'm coming out as saying he didn't say crap. I mean, that's nothing.
No.
That's nothing compared to what somebody could say. I mean,
right.
Whatever.
If he would have said fuck you, because if he would have said, if all them people, hey, if you don't like it, fuck you. All right, then we got a problem, right? That's different.
Yep.
Right? That's different. But he said suck it. Like, it's a phrase. It's not an action. Like, I had somebody try to tell me, what if he would have said eating pussy? He didn't fucking say that. There's no comparison to suck it and eating pussy. You could call that patriarchal thought. But at the same time, in our American society, suck it is a phrase. It's not a literal action. Eating pussy is a literal action. It's not a actual phrase. Suck it. Dude, when Triple H and fucking, DX said suck it back in the 2000s, you had elementary kids going around saying suck it all day long. It's no longer, it's desensitizing. what it actually means. You know, it desensitizes what it means. It makes fun of it in a way. So, yeah, he didn't say fuck you. He didn't say you cocksuckers or something derogatory. He just said suck it. He made a little joke. The people who are on that side literally need to get a life. I mean, that's the end of the day. They don't have nothing else to worry about, technically.
No, I 100% agree.
Okay.
So I got one last thing for you.
Okay, you
One
are
last
my
thing.
one and only caller. You've been on here for almost an hour. We're going to end the show
All right.
after this one and only, but you go ahead and tell me, what is this one and only thing you wanted to say? Let's hear it.
Where does Sheldon go from here?
Why'd you have to say that?
No. Well, here's the thing. Here, can I give you my thoughts?
No, go
first?
ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
So it's not that he's bad.
Okay.
He's a good driver, and I think he could be in the top 5 every week.
Okay.
Decision-wise, making decisions, he might lax in that because he's been many times in the position where he could be on the podium, where he has jumped at stuff, and I could see where a team would look at that. You look at the stats. If you look at it from a team perspective, hey, you could have taken second if you wouldn't have jumped that car.
Right.
So where does he go from here? Where do you think?
What do you mean by that?
As far as career, do you believe? Well, I don't believe it's over, obviously, because he's got the name behind him, so it's not over for him. But where does he go from here?
You're saying you're
Does
basically
he need a better driver coach?
hold on. You're basically saying if he was somebody else, he would have already been fired, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would.
He wouldn't exist in the sport as a driver of a car. If a regular guy came out on the track and
If this was
did
Jason
the same,
Presley, he would have been fired.
and he would have been left behind. Like he wouldn't exist in this sport if he drove the ways he has driven over the years. He would be gone. Like somebody would have took his ride. The way he's driving, the results he's producing. No, fuck you. Get out of here. He would have already been replaced. He would have been an afterthought. It would have been someone else in the car, right?
That's true. It's probably true.
You're asking,
and I like the kid.
so you're
But where does
asking.
he go from here?
Here's the problem. There was another driver. I always relate our industry to other industries because I see how big boys play, so I want to stay on top of how they operate. But the way they operate is based on us, the fans, the people. The way the fans react to a certain entity is basically what determines what the system produces. We are technically the consumer. So whatever the consumer wants, they produce. So when I think of Sheldon Hodenschild, you're not wrong at all. You're 100% accurate in saying these things. But this is also why, unfortunately, I'll say for Sheldon's purposes, that I call him the Dell Jr. of the sport. Sheldon Hodenschild is the Dell Jr. of sprint car racing. Why are you still around? It's not, Dell Jr. was never worthy of any ride he owned ever. If the career stacked up of Dale Jr. versus someone else, they would have been fired. But because you are able to subjugate a certain population of the fan base, you exist. So that is what I think personally why Sheldon really doesn't even have to worry about where he goes from here. Because the sport's going to take care of him. He's going to bring a certain amount of
I'll agree
people.
with that. So
You agree with what I'm
with
saying.
that.
You hear what I'm saying?
I'll agree with it.
Okay.
And here's why. He's marketable. When it comes to sponsors, he's marketable. When it comes
I don't think
to,
it has to do with marketing, though. I think it has to do.
Sales.
It has to do with his daddy. This is why I call him Dale Jr. The reason Sheldon is marketable is not because of him. It's because of his daddy. It's because of his daddy.
And here's where I'll agree: is he's marketable with the name. He's marketable.
That's the only reason he's marketable, because he ain't did
sales.
nothing special outside of Houston's a few years ago. Outside of Houston's a few years ago, what has he really done? Let's be honest. Outside of what he did at Houston when he came back from fucking 6 seconds and won, they reworked the track, whatever. Outside of Houston's a few years ago, what has Sheldon Haudenschild actually done ever on the track? Ever.
Other than winning in Ohio?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Outside of that, a remarkable, amazing feat when they reworked the track and you found the outside first. Outside of that one night at Houston's, what has Sheldon ever actually done to justify his position?
Well, I've been watching your show for a long time, and I wondered the same thing. But one thing that an epiphany for me was, why has Sheldon never run the Chili Bowl?
I mean, the Chili Bowl has not necessarily kept its luster. It's lost it over the years.
But again, you got a lot of who's who there at the Chili Bowl, but again, I go back.
I honestly think a Sheldon driving style would flourish there. If Sheldon ran the Chili Bowl every year, it actually might help him.
Why doesn't he fucking go?
It actually might help Sheldon if he ran the Chili Bowl, to be honest, because that's the style you need. The midgets can hold in that little facility. So I think that Sheldon would actually flourish at the Chili Bowl. I know that's combative to what we're discussing, but I honestly do think that Sheldon would do damage. If Sheldon was on the scorecard or the entry list and he was with a good team, I would probably pick Sheldon as potentially a top 5 guy at the Chili Bowl. I really do think that. I mean,
I think he'd make the A main.
Oh, he'd make the A.
I don't know if he'd make top 5. But
I mean, Sheldon's pretty extreme. You gotta be pretty fucking extreme to perform well at the Chili Bowl, man. You can't fuck around, and that's his driving style. But we're talking about wing racing, wing racing, the midget racing. It's just completely different.
It is, but here we'll draw a parallel though. We see a lot of these midget kids coming out of midgets and now getting the big cars, sprint cars, unwinged sprint cars, winged sprint cars, all that stuff. Those midget kids are, they've been racing since they've been 5 years old. And
that's not necessarily a good thing.
When you see that progression, when you see that progression of their driving, and when you talk about how sprint car racing has changed, well, that's why it's changed. These guys like Donnie, they didn't start racing until they're 15
Right.
because they weren't allowed to.
Right.
So the sprint car racing in itself across USAC and World of Outlaws, High Limit, all that has 100% changed. Now for the fan, it's been 100%, great. Watching slider after slider after slider. It's been great. And I know that there's been comments made about guys driving too aggressive, overdriving, all this kind of stuff. But for a fan, though, we kind of love it, don't we? I mean, when you look at it, we kind of love it. I mean, just driving through the middle ain't doing it for us anymore. We could watch that in late model racing, but
Right.
But in sprint car racing, that's what's really got us on our feet. So when we watched what Tim's did at Knoxville,
Honestly, what Tim's did at Port Royal was very impressive. He got up on that fucking top and romped their ass.
But if we go to Knoxville, back to Knoxville, we're all on our feet. Like, wow. This kid is either gonna checkers or records.
Right. And dominated.
I mean, and maybe that car felt so good to him that he didn't feel that way, that it was so comfortable to him that he could just drive it like it was a Cadillac. I don't know. I wasn't in the seat. But that's what it looked like on TV. Like, he was just out there flying, and he was just out there leaving everybody dust, and didn't matter.
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. It's very true. It's very true. I thought the Port Royal displayment was a little more intense because he was on the fucking wall, drove around everybody. He did the Anthony Macri style.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But yeah, I think the Port Royal victory was just as important as the Knoxville one, but it's the same principle.
I think he had to fight for the Port Royal one a little harder than he did at Knoxville.
Right,
to be
right,
honest.
right. Knoxville, you just ride your line and go. Whereas Port Royal, you get up on the fucking cushion and go. It's a different beast. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying, 100%.
Well, it's been great talking to you. Talking racing. Love to talk to you guys again. I'll let you go because it's getting late. But again, sprint car racing, I think, is honestly only going to go up from here. I hope.
Yeah, hopefully, right?
I think we all hope that.
Right.
We all hope it's going to be like the 80s where sprint car racing is bigger than NASCAR at some point.
It was, but continue. Steve Kinser won $50,000 at Eldora. Swindell Sr. won $47,000 at Talladega. People need to remember this. People need to remember the Talladega 500 paid less to win the race than the Kings Royal in 1984. It did.
The only thing I'll ever disagree with you on this is that, again, not even a Kyle Larson fan, but take a late model driver, put him in a sprint car, and show me anybody that's been in the top 5.
Well, I think
ever.
if Kyle Larson, well, no, I'll agree with you because in the regular world, NASCAR will give an example. NASCAR, for instance. Is Xfinity above Cup? No. Why? Because the cup cars go faster. The cup cars go faster, so it's more difficult to be a performing driver in the Cup Series than it is Xfinity, simply because they're going around the same racetrack faster. I think the same thing applies. When you're going around these fucking racetracks and these race cars, and it's fucking 3 seconds quicker than your super late model, it's harder to do that. It's harder to figure it out. So I think the late model industry personally is more advanced because their talent hasn't been siphoned. And I think the sprint car industry has been manipulated, in my opinion, to subjugate our talent to them. I think that's because we were a threat to them in the 90s. We could talk about the marketing. I don't want to go into a 3-hour spill. But NASCAR manipulated the sprint car industry to send their best drivers to them to make it a college level, in my opinion. So the reason I talk late models so much is because I think that they retained their value. When I say retain their value, their value is their drivers, their talent. Whereas the sprint car industry did not. We should have a World Outlaw high limit racing series right now that is Kyle Larson, that is Chris Bell, that is David Grau. Imagine a fucking sprint car series. Corey Day. Imagine a sprint car series right now with those 4 people we just mentioned. That is the late model racing world, though. So that's the only reason I subjugate the sprint car world a little bit, because we're sending our talent away.
Well, that's true. That's absolutely true. Because NASCAR is trying to poach.
Yep. Exactly.
Again, though, I look at it from when you go college football to pro football. How many make it from college to pro is like 1%, something like that.
Well, and I agree with you, but what I'm saying is
they're trying to poach because they saw
no. This is the bigger point. When you're Jonathan Davenport or you're Ricky Thornton Jr. in the late model industry, everything's about perspective. The perspective is you have become a pro when you are these guys. The Scott Bloomquist, you're a pro. Whereas in the sprint car racing,
what's weird about it to me,
the
though,
sprint. Hold on.
hold
In the sprint car racing industry, if you don't go to NASCAR, you're not a pro. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like that's not true. Even though we are manipulated in the sprint car world to think if you don't go to the pros, if you don't go to NASCAR, you're a bum, you're a loser. We're in late model racing. No, that doesn't exist. That mentality does not exist over there.
What's weird about it to me, though, is that a late model racer, I think, could transition to an Xfinity car a lot easier than a sprint car racer.
But you have to understand the popularity.
Take any top 5 late model driver. Top 5 late model driver could probably transition to a pavement car a lot easier than a sprint car guy could. I mean, they tried this.
But hold on. This is I agree with you, but this is the problem. Here's the problem. And this is my problem for being in media. Wings sprint car racing paid more than NASCAR in 1984, not the late models. So you
Yeah, you're
have to
absolutely
look
right.
at the threat. The threat was not late models to NASCAR dominance. The threat was this winged fucking thing running around a track with a Steve Kinser king guy. We have to fucking
Right.
combat that. We have to destroy. NASCAR don't care if your drivers can be better over there. They only care about sustaining their supremacy in the racing world. It was never about how good your drivers could do. It was about sustaining a legacy of NASCAR dominance. They didn't go after the late model world. They went after us. They went after the sprint car world because the sprint car world was popular. These wing things with the Steve Kinser King and Slammy Swindell and all this shit. That was
Stevie
the
Smith
threat.
and, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That was the marketing threat.
Well, they had all the big sponsors too back then.
Exactly. They had the money, the sponsors,
They had the
and
Sandlocks,
NASCAR went
Quaker
after.
States, they had the
NASCAR went
they
after
had
the
big
mind.
sponsors.
They went after the mind. That's what I mean. NASCAR went after the minds. The perspective. It's all about perspective. But anyway, this is what I said from day one. I could be idiot or wrong, but makes sense to me. I mean, it just does.
Well, I've said it since day one. Corey Day. I wish they wouldn't have stolen from us so fast.
Well, and it's funny, when I was in California, Andy Forsberg was saying the same. I was like, I posted Andy Forsberg on the back straight. I said, "You're worried about Corey Day, huh? They took him from us, right?" I said, "What do you think I've been saying about Kyle Larson? They took Kyle from us too. They took Bell from us as well. They took all these guys from us. You're worried about it now? This is what I'm talking about."
Yeah, when we talk about who's going to be the next Steve Kinser, I don't know who that's going to be because they might steal him before they could be the next Steve Kinser.
Yeah, and you think it's random that, Ryan Timms is interviewing with me saying he wants to be the next Steve Kinser and all this shit. And then next thing you know, NASCAR's schedule's on top of the Knoxville National, so Kyle can't be there. They know these things. They're not stupid. I don't know who convinced the sprint car world that NASCAR marketing teams are dumb, but this is how they operate. No, they know that Kyle being at the Knoxville Nationals makes the Knoxville Nationals bigger. They know when there's a young sprint car driver who just beat Kyle Larson's ass is saying he don't want to go to NASCAR and he wants to go to, be a Steve Kinser. They know that that doesn't help their brand. They know that this doesn't help them look better than sprint cars. They know that sprint car racing is a threat to the stock car racing industry. They're not stupid in making these moves. They are smart. Why do people assume that NASCAR people want sprint car racing to be better? Because Kyle says it? No. Are you kidding me? These people are not stupid.
No, you're absolutely right.
They're not stupid.
They're in it for the money and
right. The dominance, the control.
100% correct. 100% correct. I don't know how to fix that.
You're not gonna fix it. All you can do is fight it.
I watched. I'll give you an example. I watched Buddy Kofoid all the way up through his career. Going through
Buddy
midgets
Kofoid is Kyle Larson. Period.
Oh, well, absolutely. He's probably the next one.
He is. He is Kyle Larson in a sprint car. He's not going to NASCAR, but he is Kyle. He's the same talent. He is the same. I've said this from day one.
He is. I've seen him in pretty much all different disciplines of racing, midget, on-wing sprint car, and I don't know if he got into a Silver Crown. He might have, maybe. I don't know. But then when he got into the wing car in the '83 car, he definitely with that team. Now the '83 team now they got a history. '83 team of having
issues.
Very good drivers that have raced for them. Well, they got issues, but they've had. If you go all the way back to the '70s. That '83 car has had some of the best drivers that have raced for them ever. So they might have hit the diamond in the rough with Buddy with this one. And then people talking about how, where's Buddy going to go? He ain't going nowhere. They ain't going to let him go. I mean, that's crazy talk.
No, it is. No, they're not going anywhere with him, and mainly because Toyota has a claw in him. So, but back to your point, like Buddy Kofoid is Kyle Larson in a sprint car. Period. I mean, the talent that Buddy Kofoid has,
thousands of laps.
I literally thought he could win the Outlaw Championship last year. That's how confident I was in him. Everybody made fun of me. But he could have. I mean, he is that damn good as a natural talent.
Well, the one thing about him is 90% of the time he makes very, very good choices. So, and if he wants to strike, he will strike. And he'll make that win. But if it's a third place car, he'll take it as a third place car. That's one thing that he's very good about. And that's one thing that, I got to give David Gravel credit for. Nothing, I mean, all the heat that David Gravel's taking, he said some stuff that maybe was in the heat of the moment, but as a driver, he's much of the same. He's just, I'm going to salvage a fifth place, or I'm going to salvage a third, or whatever it may be. And he felt that he was done wrong on that one race with Kyle Larson. And he mentioned on TV. And then it got way blown out of. I think it got way blown out of proportion.
Well, I mean, Larson fans threatened to kill his family's life. I was there. I called David. I mean, it may have been blown out of proportion, but at the same time, they did threaten to kill him and his family's life in the pitting areas of Eldora. Larson fans are fucking nuts. I call them Larsonites for a reason. They're fucking crazy.
That's pretty messed up.
I mean, it is. I'm just saying that's what actually happened.
Now, you watch the replay and stuff, it's kind of like, okay, it was close. And he expressed his opinion. And then, I don't know, the internet. Here's the problem. Social media, you let everybody respond. That's probably the worst form of everything. But when you let everybody respond, then it just gets so bad. And I really don't think that's the sentiment of the racing group, at least not from my perspective. From my perspective, like I said, I'm not even a David Gravel fan. I'm not a Cody fan. If he wins, am I going to be pissed that he wins? No. I mean, did they have the best car that night and they won? Okay. I'll be fine with that. I mean, that's the way sprint car racing is, and that's the way every racing is. But I don't think that the regular fan understands that
Yeah, I agree.
the guy with the best car for the night, the guy with the best, and he makes the best decisions for the night, wins. I don't think they understand it at all.
Until you get to Cedar Lake. Hold on. Until you get to Cedar Lake. Until you get to Deer Creek when it slicks off. Until you get to Mississippi Thunder when it slicks off, because then the driver can make a difference. That's why dirt racing's so amazing. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying. You're right, but
the
you're
driver
wrong.
does make a lot of big difference. Yeah, you're right. Driver makes a big difference. Like, I go back to what I said about years ago watching Scott Bloomquist saving his stuff, 80 laps in, 20 laps to go. And my buddy's like, "What's with your driver?" And I'm like, "You just wait. Just wait. Just waiting for everybody to fall off." And that's what happens. But again, that's the difference between a good driver and an excellent driver. And when you look at this kind of stuff from again, fans only look at it from a driver. They only look at the driver like he's the only one that has control of the whole situation. That's not entirely true. You got to have a good car too. Even with the Ryan Timms situation, if he didn't have a good car,
yeah, and well, yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's the only reason. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I agree, because he was in his own car and he couldn't do what he's doing.
Correct. And I think Ryan Timms, he's good with just what he's doing. And if that's what they're going to do is pick and choose, I think that's great. Even for 2026, I think they should do that. Going on a national tour, spending a bunch of money to go run 12th and 15th at tracks you've never been to, probably isn't conducive for business. But if you can focus on tracks that you have a chance at, I 100% agree with their decision if they're going to do that.
What do you think they're going to do?
I think they're going to go pick and choose.
Is that the right way to go?
No. I think so. I mean, is Ryan Timms ready to run quarter miles and stuff like that? I don't know.
That's what he grew up on.
So what do you think?
His dad paraded him across the country in micros and 360s and 410s. Like, Ryan Timms is ready. I was saying it 2 years ago. He fell off the map. Broke Joe made fun of me. People made fun of me. They're like, "Oh, where's Ryan Timms? You said he was going to be so great." I thought he would be. I thought he would be. I thought he was the next Buddy Kofoid from the South. He didn't end up being that. I didn't necessarily say or think that it was because of him. But he fell off the map 2-3 years ago.
He definitely did.
Yeah.
He did.
and then I look like an idiot. Everybody looks stupid. But now they don't.
Well, he won 2 crown jewels, but they're all
3 now, apparently. Some people think 3.
What's the third?
Jackson.
Okay.
They consider it a crown jewel, the Jackson Nationals. I'm just telling you, they really think that is a thing up here. I mean, maybe you don't. I mean, that's fine. They consider the Jackson Nationals a crown jewel.
Well, I mean, I'm not discounting anything he's done at all. I mean, the kid has defied all odds.
He won the Knoxville Nationals. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. That's the final odds right there. And then he won Tuscarora right after that. And then he won, you're saying he won the Jackson.
He won the Jackson Nationals last weekend. In Jackson, Minnesota.
And this is a team that is not a touring team.
No, it's not.
So this team has mopped the floor with touring teams.
Touring teams, regional teams, everybody. They whooped all their asses, yes.
So they're picking and choosing, and they're able to make money. So that's my point. Could he go to 141, and could he go to Plymouth? Could he go to Red Cedar? Could he go to Cedar Lake? Could he go in PA? I don't know. I mean,
he just won Port Royal. What do you mean? Did he go to PA?
Well,
he won the Tuscarora 50.
Port Royal, I mean, but could he go out to
National Open? They are there for the National Open. They are.
Oh, are they?
Yes, they are. They are going to be there for the Williams Grove race this week, and I believe they're going to be for the high limit races at Bridgeport and Path. But yeah, they are aiming for the National Open. Shane Liebig, the crew chief, the owner of the cart, he wants to be a fucking badass. And if they win the National Open, if they do, I believe they're the only team to ever do that, ever. Period.
So let's say hypothetically they win. What do you think they do?
I think Shane Liebig retires and sells into the sunset, personally.
And then you think Ryan Timms is looking for a ride?
I don't think he's looking for a ride, but I think that is Donnie winning 10 Knoxville Nationals. I think the edge is gone if that happens. If Shane Liebig and Ryan Timms wins, there's nothing bigger they can do. What fucking other accomplishment could you do as a little team from fucking Rapid City, South Dakota? What could you, what
Right.
else, that's all I'm saying. What else could you fucking do besides win the Knoxville Nationals, the Tuscarora 50, the Jackson Nationals, and the National Open MPA? If you do
you couldn't stick it in their eye any more than that.
You couldn't fuck them any harder. I'm going to go to bed now. We fucked you all. That's all I'm saying. Like, we fucking 10-inched you. All right. There's no way to beat this. I don't know what there could be besides that. I mean, yeah, they probably keep racing and picking and choosing, but you already chose everything and you went out and you wrecked them. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, you wrecked them.
Well, he absolutely wrecked them at Knoxville. There's no doubt about that. But
did he not wreck them at Tuscarora?
Oh,
Dude,
yeah,
he got on the
did.
fucking cushion and fucking ate, man. I mean, that car was laid over like it was 1995, and he drove around these fuckers like there was nothing to. He beat them all. He drove them. He outdrove them.
Well, there's been some talk about that. So let's talk about setup a little bit. So when you look at his car, when it goes into a corner, it lays on the left rear hard.
No, it's a 1990, dude. They're doing some old school shit on that fucking tin car. Old school, very old school. It does not look like a modern car where it's floating on all fours. It looks like that motherfucking car is laid over, and you better go and eat. And if you don't go out there and eat, you're gonna get left behind. You know what I'm saying? Like, drive that fucking thing like the piss stole it.
Well, again, coming from racing, I'll say this. You don't want to eat your outside rear, so lay it over on the left rear and let that thing eat. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's how people are blowing their tires, in my opinion, is because they're doing it the new school way. The new school way tries to balance the wear. The old school way says, well, the car's leaning on the right rear already. Let's pin it on the left rear and fucking drive off the corner. That's what the old school way was. The problem is the Sporting had the old school driver. But I do think this is where midget racing has helped Ryan Timms in being able to do that. Because in midget racing, you pin that motherfucker in there and you go, or you get left behind. You know, you drive that fucking race car as hard as you could drive it, and if it don't win, you lose. And I think
Absolutely.
I think that is what we are seeing with Ryan Timms and that setup package. The old school setup package needed a Joey Saldana. It needed a Steve Kinser, a Sammy Swindell, name the fucking list. That, you know, you just fucking go in there and you pin that motherfucker and go. I think that Ryan Timms and the old school setup package, which he was originally with Jimmy Jones, which was when he was winning all them races or doing well in the 5T, Jimmy Jones was a Carl Kinser, disciple. And then they did the tire changes and whatever, and he couldn't figure out how to set the car up. But I think that Ryan Timms with this new team is bringing old school car setup mixed with old school aggression, and they are fucked right now. They are fucked. They don't know what to do with it.
So let me ask you this. You stack up Ryan Timms against some of these young kids like Buddy Kofoid. And they're both young kids. If you stack them up side by side, equally with the same equipment, and they're going to go on a national tour, could Ryan Timms do what Buddy Kofoid has done so far?
Could Buddy Kofoid?
No. Could Ryan Timms do what Buddy Kofoid has done so far? Everything else being equal. What's your thoughts on that?
I think I honestly, I think Ryan Timms is and I said it all them years ago. I think Ryan Timms is a Buddy Kofoid talent. Situations had to play out differently for Ryan Timms simply because he didn't come from the West Coast. When you come from the West Coast, more opportunities come to you. When you come from the South or Oklahoma, you have to fucking figure it out. If you don't figure it out, you don't get any opportunity. When you come from Kyle Larson's nutsack, everybody wants to suck your penis, in a blatant term. So,
Okay.
I mean, if you come from the West Coast, everybody thinks you're great. You're Carson Macedo. You're Ryan. You're Buddy Kofoid. You're Kyle Larson. You're Brad Sweet. You're this fucking Tarleton nutsack. I mean, technically, in a way, I'm just saying, like, if you come from the South, though, if you're from Oklahoma, who the fuck are you? You think you're good? Oh, let's see it. You have to fucking figure it out.
I don't know. We've seen some pretty good guys from Oklahoma.
I think so, but the world don't see that. The trend don't see that. The trend is
you're right.
California.
They don't.
Yeah,
they
California
don't
or
tend to get
PA.
the
If you're not
opportunities.
from California or PA, you're a fucking trash bum motherfucking loser. Who are you? Hank Davis, Ryan Timms.
Well, I was going to bring up Hank Davis because you don't always get the opportunities. Maybe
because he's not
California
one of the
kids do.
fucking chosen few. He don't live on the
But-
Larson nutsack.
But how do we explain, like, Golubic and stuff like that on the West Coast that don't make it out of the West Coast?
Or Justin Sanders.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring his name up, but honestly,
No,
I
bring it
think-
up. It's fine. Because here's the problem. Unlike the PA women.
Because
Hold on. I will address what you're saying.
He would be a top 10 driver
In the world.
I think if he was touring. If he was touring, he'd be a top 10 guy.
Here's the problem. Those fucking Amish women are not as attractive as the California women. I'm just going to say that right out of the gate. And I think, for the record, Golubic, Sanders, they get into this little world where have a really hot woman, for example. Macary's in the same prerogative. I would have said this before he got hurt. I get with a really hot woman. I'm driving a sprint car, and I can make a little money. Why would I try to do anything more than that? Why would I try to do anything more than that? I have all the necessities. I have all the things I need in life. This is the thing that kills a man, technically. If they can get these boxes checked, then they don't have to do anything more to feel satisfied. Now, their satisfaction range, my opinion, is very low. But if they can get these 3 boxes checked, money, women, status, then they don't want to expand outside of it. They don't want to. The hunger is satisfied. Does that make sense? The hunger is satisfied. If the ego is satisfied, the money is satisfied, the sexual pleasure is satisfied, to be honest with you. That is what controls a man.
Makes
So,
sense.
yeah, if you can get these 3 boxes checked, then you don't want to expand. You don't have the drive. You don't have the determination. Your ego is satisfied. The system knows this. This would be my argument. They know how to control you, but yeah, I mean, if Justin Sanders, for instance, has a good job, has status for being a great California racer, and has a beautiful woman to satisfy that side of him, why would I go and risk my life to be some sprint car champion guy?
Well, so does Brad Sweet.
Brad Sweet's from a different era. You know, and he's short and he's redheaded, so he had to work really hard to get a wife. But I mean, we can't all be short and ugly like Brad Sweet or Caitlyn. I think Brad and Caitlyn look very similar. But no, I'm just saying I think this is where we find the cross in the road. Personally.
So you're saying that national tour for Sanders is off the board unless somebody big.
Unless the
Wants
world
to-
shows up and just gives it all to him. Yep. That's what they say. That's what broke Joe. Oh, well, we ain't got no great offers. Oh, they don't want to risk it because they're satisfied. Their boxes are checked. Their boxes are checked. They don't have the drive anymore.
So who do you think's going to buy the Jason Myers? Not the team, but the.
You said last question 45 minutes ago. Continue.
I don't know. Who do you think's going to buy their charter? And then who do you think is gonna...
The rumor is Jason Johnson Racing in collaboration
really
with the Tarletons, who are right down the street from Jason Myers Racing.
Okay.
Are going to purchase the Jason Myers. Tarletons are going to purchase the Jason Myers high limit charter. And that is going to be the JJR. Yes. That's the rumor. That's the rumor. That's the rumor. Hold on, what?
Then who do you think's going to be the ass in the seat?
Oh, Carson Macedo. 41. Carson Macedo. It's Tarleton's. That's his uncle.
Really?
Yeah. Macedo's and Tarleton's are hand in hand.
Wow.
Yeah, the Macedos and Tarletons are their uncles and nephews, yes.
But you don't see that as devastating for World of Outlaws?
No, they're fucked. Outlaws need to figure some shit out quick.
I thought this was going to be Jason Myers was going to sell to a team so that it was going to be another Clausen Marshall team, or it was going to be something like that. And they're going to bring in a driver, and there's going to be a second team. And I didn't think World of Outlaws was losing anything, but when you lose a top 3 driver out of World of Outlaws, that's devastating.
Oh, I know. No, I know. I mean, it's not good.
Wow.
If that happens.
Yeah,
if that happens, they are fucked. World of Outlaws is done. If you lose the 41 car, I hear Sheldon's not moving, but if you lose the 41 car, that's a big hit. That's a big fucking hit.
Well, go way back. way back to late model racing. They hinged everything on the number 0, right?
Yep. And tires. Goodyear, Hoosier.
So everybody showed up to watch Bloomquist run. So if you got the one guy, I guess, I mean, maybe if you got that one guy that could do it, that could pull it off, maybe they could pull it off. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying maybe there's an out for him, but everything you've told me so far, it doesn't look good. But all right, I better let you go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for talking to me tonight. Great talking to you guys. It's late. And again, happy rest of the racing season to everybody out there. Look forward to watching it. Thanks, guys.
How do you think it's going to play out? Do you think that Macedo goes?
Do I think Macedo
Yes.
jumps? Oh, God, that would be like... That'd be crazy if he did, in my mind. That'd be crazy if he did.
If he did, how does the Outlaws end up?
Ooh, oh, boy. Get fire extinguishers out? I don't know. I don't know what you do. Because if you don't have at least 5 contending for wins, you don't have a show. We all know that it's the same thing, whether World of Outlaws or whether it's High Limit. You need at least 5 to contend for the wins. If you only have 2, nobody's going to show up and watch. And when you get down to 2 or 3, it's not going to be good at all. Because then you're banking on the locals, your IRAs, your whatever.
Right. You're dependent.
that
You're dependent
something
on you're dependent on something outside the tour.
Correct. And I think it's different. It's different for late models.
Oh, 100%, 100%, 100%.
Because late models are very strong in many different areas of the United States. And when they go into certain market areas, it's not guaranteed that they're going to win. But with sprint cars, it's a little different.
100%.
And I'll go down to modifieds. Modifieds are same thing.
Wide
Modifieds
open.
Touring series.
Yep.
It's wide open because they could come into certain market areas, like I'll call it Deer Creek,
Right.
and they're in for it when they go to Deer Creek. Now they might go to somewhere in Indiana that's maybe not so tough, but that's where we're at.
Yeah.
So if you're a touring series and you only have 2 or 3 top drivers, that's not a lot for people to show up for.
Right.
Pay that ticket for $35 or
Yeah,
$40.
because what you're saying is a random outlaw show isn't a random USMTS show. a random USMTS show, 10 guys might win. It could be your local guy, the tour guy, or the national tour guy. But if the Outlaws come down to literally every time I tune in is Gravel and Macedo, or if Macedo leaves, if it comes down to Gravel and Kofoid, I'm not watching.
Yeah. So I'll give you an example. Watching locally, when World Laws would come to
Somebody
Cedar
just
Lake,
said RTJ Pierce and JD win 75% of the national shows. You really need to go research what actually happens. It's not true. That's not true. But continue what you're saying.
if you going back to when I watched World Law shows in Wisconsin, IRA was pretty big with Bale Balag, and obviously, I forget his name from Sioux Falls area. He's an older guy now. But anyways, they would struggle with these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys would give them fits, 10, 15 years ago. They give them fits.
Right.
But
No,
it was
Michael
different back
Loomer,
then.
I'm on Snapchat, but continue. I'm sorry.
But now when they come to town, other than the time that I think High Limit went to 141, was it? Where
Yes.
young guy won and he
Yeah.
jumped in the lake.
Yeah. That was good.
That was great.
But that was proof of what
actually
you're
awesome.
saying. Like, this was the situation they had to deal with when they come to your area.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. When they come to your area, you have to deal with the locals.
Right.
And the local racing in a lot of areas is not strong enough anymore
No.
to actually create that controversy that we're looking for.
Right. It's PA and Wisconsin, and that's about it. Maybe PA, Wisconsin, maybe.
Iowa,
Well,
for sure.
What? I mean, who?
Well, you still got Brownie. I mean, that could win Knoxville at any time. Maybe I mean, he could.
Could. Okay, but I would just say it's Wisconsin, PA, and California. Mainly.
Yeah, if you want to really narrow it down, it's California and PA.
It is. And that's why people
really
pay attention to them races.
But if you look at it like this, haven't we had probably the best races that we've seen in years when it comes to sprint car racing? Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah. It's been the best. But it's only because of the match races. It's only because of the battle that we mentally think is happening.
Well, that's my point, was if you look at it from an AFC, NFC standpoint, why don't we have multiple Super Bowls throughout the year? Right? Well, we have Eldora, that's one Super Bowl. But why
Knoxville.
don't we have like 5? We have Knoxville, that's 2. But why don't we have like 5 of them? And
they need to be distinguished.
Yep. And then at the very end, you have a world champion of sprint car racing.
Yep.
Whether they're an outlaw or they're a high limit.
Top 15, locked in on both sides, 4 or 5 weeks straight, 100%.
Love every bit of it. That's perfect. I mean, honestly. That's the way it should be. You make a world champion in sprint car racing, none of this division stuff. And I get why they're doing certain things that they're doing, as far as, we don't want you to run this series race X amount of times a year because we need you to be here for sponsorship reasons or whatever it may be. I guess I get it. But at the other side, I look at it from a business standpoint. If you're going to go touring racing, would you go high limit or would you go World of Outlaws? One would tell you that you go high limit because you cut a third of the races off and you can go race wherever the hell you want. That's a big thing.
I mean, but the only reason the high limit series is saying this is because they don't have the bigger races. The only time the high limit series is off is for the big World of Outlaw events.
Well, that's true. That's absolutely true.
If they own those events, they wouldn't be off.
That's true. I'm not discounting any of that.
Okay.
But when you look at their schedules, who's more free to do whatever they want is definitely if you're a up and coming owner.
Okay.
And you don't have the money to run World of Outlaws 80 races.
Right.
86 or whatever the hell it is.
Even though you're going to run 86 or 90 on a high limit schedule.
Well, they're like 60 some, but
yeah, but they're off only
run,
60 because the other 25. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. But the big difference is you can pick and choose. Look at it like Ryan Timms. Right? They pick and choose, and they have all that time to prep their car for the races that they're going to, and they prep the car for the tracks that they're going to go to. They're not going to go to a little crap race that races for $6,000. You know, there's no point in that. But these other drivers that are on the payroll that they have to go to these races, they have to go to them races regardless because they're part of the touring series. Where somebody like him, he's like, no, I ain't going to do that. I ain't going to make that toll for $6,000 and I might not even win, you know? So I kind of see why the pick and choose drivers are out there, but I also see why there's a lure for high limit because they're free to do whatever. And that's only if you're not going for, you know, what do they call it? It escapes my mind.
They don't have a name for it. They don't have a name for it. The high limit championship. The charters, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you're not in line for a charter, you can do what you want. You could be a Caleb Montgomery and, you know, you don't have to sign up for high limit. I mean, you could do what you want. You could run high limit 3/4 of the schedule and do what you want. But it really seems like when you sign up for World of Outlaws, when you sign up for their
agreement,
their gold membership, you are stuck. And that's that.
Right.
You're stuck, and then you get 4 races beyond that, and that's that.
Okay. I think that's a hoodwink. I think if High Limit owned those races or raced those races, they would not have a week off. It's just because the Outlaws have these dates that the High Limit teams want to race, so they take them off. Period.
Well, but that's good business sense. When you think about it,
Okay.
High limit, they're looking at it from a different lens. They're not gonna book a race during Eldora. That'd be dumb. They're not gonna book a race during a Knoxville. That'd be insane. So they're gonna look at what these races are, set their schedule, and go, hey guys, have at it. Here's our races.
But it's also combating this freedom idea. It's also not saying technically that that's true, because the freedom idea is, oh, you're off for National Open because you can go spend time with your family, when in reality, it's so you can race the National Open. It's not true.
Yeah, I guess I don't really know about that, but
Why are
look
they
at it
not
from-
booking against the Eldora at Kings Royal or the Knoxville Nationals? It's because they don't have any stake in the game. All I'm saying is, like, all these premier World of Outlaw events, if they were high limit events, you would be on the same schedule.
But then you're trying to play a different game
Okay.
of whose dick is bigger.
Of course.
And you
High
don't have
limit
to
is
play that game.
high limit is admitting that their dick is not as big. That's why they're taking
And
weekends off.
I don't think they're trying to say they are. Did I misconstrue something here? Because I don't think they are.
Okay. Well, like
I
you
mean,
said, it is getting late. We
do
can
they-
get off here. We can save the conversation for another
they-
time. We're kind of just
they
making
swing?
circles.
Do they swing a bigger stick?
No,
They do?
not
Do they need
not
to
at this
swing it
time.
now?
Not at
But-
this time. They don't have the Knoxville Nationals. They don't have the Kings Royal. They don't have the National Open. So no, they don't. Right now, they don't.
What I'm saying is, when it comes to scheduling, why would you schedule on top of it? We ran into this in California, right? Why did they schedule over top of, remind me what it was. High Limit was up there, and then Canada scheduled over top of them, and they had an issue with it. I don't know what the whole ordeal was,
Okay.
but it's just bad. It's just bad all around when you do stuff like that. And here's what I'll say. When you get into local tracks, that's bad too. When you schedule stuff on top of each other, it doesn't work out well for anybody. Nobody makes out when you do that. You could have a big USMTS show and somebody schedules a Wissota show over 30 miles over. And yeah, it's not going to go over well. Somebody's not going to do well with that.
No,
And
I mean, I'm simply saying, like, I think that the high limit schedule wouldn't be as open if they had these premier events on their schedule. They're simply World of Outlaw events. That's why they're off, for instance.
well, most of them that you're talking about are actually they're sanctioned by World of Outlaws, but they're actually put on by the tracks. But I think we should be truthful about that. Eldora, Knoxville, it's actually their show, but it's sanctioning the rules and whatnot are being done by World of Outlaws, that kind of stuff.
Okay, that's fine.
But
But
it's
at the
not
end of the
actual.
day, the only reason the high limit schedule is 65 races is because they don't control the other 20. You not understand that? That's why they're open. The weekends that are open aren't so you can go home and see your kids. They're open so that you can go and race World of Outlaw events. Period.
100%. That's what I brought up.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I think it's a one-way street.
Okay.
I mean, they're not going to schedule on top of big events. That'd be
Right.
dumb.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
You don't want to schedule on top of somebody else's big event. You ain't going to go anywhere with that.
No, not at all. Okay. Is there anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well,
Great talking to you.
I mean, I tried. I mean, we're 2 hours into this phone call. I hope you appreciate this.
I know it's crazy.
Yeah, we're trying. We're trying. We're making sure Jeremy Elliott's not going to call me the throat goat anymore.
Well, he'll be all right.
Maybe. It is Jeremy.
All right. Well, thanks, Chaz.
Well, thank you for calling.
Thanks
I
for
enjoyed the
having me on.
conversation.
Yep. Have a good night.
All right, we'll see you.
Yep. Bye.
We waited for him to say bye, ladies and gentlemen. No snap. No, we have no super chats. We're gonna stop doing these lives. We're gonna go back on the road. No one cares if we're here talking. You don't even care for $3, $1, $2. You don't even care. You see the Impact logo, Prime. You don't care at all. Wow. Unbelievable that you don't care. I do want to thank him for calling in. You other people did not. You're horrible individuals. It is 1 a.m. though, and Sean is going to sleep. He's not even here because of you people. This is the problems we deal with. Anyways, it's great talking to him. We got to go to sleep. They're already yelling at me. Thanks for tuning in. We will catch you next time. Thank you, Dank Dank. Catch you next time.